Colonel Smith, Daniel Gray,
Here.
Ava Coleman,
Present.
Jim Moore, present. Ron McDaniel,
Present.
Dina Tony,
Here.
Lauren Martin,
Here.
Laura Walker. She's not here.
Thank you, sir. If you all will join me as we stand for a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, our first item on the agenda this evening is public comment. Good evening. We now open the floor for public comments. This is a designated time for community members to share their thoughts on matters before the board. We welcome and appreciate your input and ask that you speak respectfully and professionally. Please refrain from making statements about individual students or district staff members, as the board only considers such matters upon recommendation from the superintendent. Your comments will be recorded in the official minutes. While we value your perspectives, please note that the opinions shared during public comment do not necessarily reflect the views of the board. And this evening we are here for a personnel matter only, and I'm going to turn it over to Cody Keys, our hearing officer, to conduct the meeting. So, Mr. Keys.
Thank you, members of the board. Again, my name is Cody Keys. My sole role. Good evening, members of the board, members of the public. My name is Cody Keys. My sole role tonight is to help facilitate this personnel hearing, guiding the board through the procedures and providing any explanation on any of your policies or law that I might be able to provide. But that's my sole role, okay? As you know, there's a new law in Arkansas that requires school districts and boards to provide public comment prior to any meeting, so that would include a personnel meeting. That statute is Arkansas Code Annotated 6-13619, specifically F1A. And while it's important is because it specifically states that individuals may not provide public comment that prejudices the board concerning a student or personnel matter that is on the agenda concerning a disciplinary or employment action. So tonight we have an employment hearing for Ms. Lindsay Jones, and so not our decision, but pursuant to the law and your policies, you can't hear any comments or any public comment that concerns Ms. Jones. Her attorney, Mr. Ogles, could of course call those people during the presentation, but not during public comment. So to members of the public, hopefully having explained what the law is on that, there are 6 individuals that are signed up to speak. Under subject matter, it appears all 6 stated that it was for character or background. I don't want to deprive you of your opportunity to speak, that it has to be on a subject that's within the purview of the board and not related to personnel. So you can be called during Mr. Ogles' presentation on behalf of the employee to provide that, but the law doesn't allow it during public comment. So what I'll do, just so we're clear, and I'll go through the 5 names, but seeing that the subject matter has already been listed, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity to give public comment on that issue pursuant to law, okay? Well, I want to go through the names anyway, just so I'm clear on who signed up, because I don't want to deprive you if your comments are outside of that, but you have to be clear that you can't speak on matters of personnel, okay? First is Leslie DeWaters. Watkins.
I have personnel
Okay.
comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Beth Young.
Personnel.
Okay. Tanya Gainey.
I have some questions and on also character.
Okay. Regina Eubank.
Personnel.
Okay. And Keith Boone.
Yep, personnel.
Okay. Well, thank you all for explaining that. And again, this will be here for a little bit tonight, and you can certainly speak with Mr. Ogles and determine if he might want to have you speak to the board through the employee's presentation, okay? So moving to the reason we're here tonight, board, it's a personnel hearing. That's the sole purpose, to hear the recommendation of the superintendent that the employment contract of Miss Lindsay Jones be terminated. The administration is represented by Scott Richardson, who will assist Dr. Owa in his presentation of the case. The employee is represented by Mr. John Ogles here from Jacksonville, and he will present the case, evidence, and testimony on behalf of the employee, okay? My job is strictly to help facilitate and answer any questions you might have, so that leaves Mr. Richardson to advocate for the administration and Mr. Ogles to advocate for his client. The procedure will be fairly informal, but we'll follow legal procedure as much as we can. Since the burden rests with the administration, since they're asking you as the board to do something, Dr. Owa will present first through his counsel, Mr. Richardson. That may include the presentation of evidence. You have a packet in front of you. I know you just received that tonight. The administration will go through that with you. After Mr. Richardson calls a witness to speak to the evidence, Mr. Ogles will have an opportunity to cross-examine, just like you'd see in a court of law, okay? That when Mr. Richardson has concluded his presentation, then Mr. Ogles will have a time to present witnesses in any documentation as well. Do you have any documentation you want to provide now?
I've already given it. I do need to make.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't give it to you, I gave it to everybody else.
perfect.
I do need to make a preliminary statement.
Okay, 1 second, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. After the presentation of all the information, and it has to be related to the reason we're here, has to be related to the termination notice. After that, you, the board, will have an opportunity to go into executive session where you can discuss what you've heard tonight. And I'll go over that again at the end. It has to be strictly limited to the evidence presented tonight, putting away anything else you might know. And then you will have an option to make a decision, which I'll go over with you, okay? Any questions from the board? Mr. Richardson, any questions, concerns from you? Mr. Ogles?
Yeah, I just need to say something real quick.
Sure, absolutely, it's your
I
time.
mean, the concern I have, and I found out at 1 o'clock today, I have a case against you and Mr. Richardson where I'm representing Natalie Williams against the Jacksonville School District and Mr. Richardson's schools, Conway and Mayflower and Bologna and Greenbrier. So I have you're defending, he's defending, I'm the plaintiff representing Natalie Williams in Classy County. I have a problem. I told you at 1 o'clock today, when I found out you were going to be a hearing officer, and I'm not sure you can do that. That's my record.
Okay, Mr. Richardson, you want to speak to that?
Sure. Lawyers work against each other all the time and understand that the requirements of the law, and I think you can be fair and impartial in this hearing, and I don't see that as a problem.
Okay,
And there's no court of law that this would be provided. So, I mean, Cody, no hard feelings, but
no, none taken.
you're the defendant, you represented the defendant in a case I filed in 23 that's still ongoing, and he's co-counsel with you, and here I am, and there you are.
Well, I'd say, John, too, if every lawyer that you were in a case against was disqualified, there may not be any lawyers left in Central Arkansas that hear this matter.
Well, not judges.
And one other thing, that the lawsuit you speak of, I think there's about 67 school districts
There is.
named, so that would largely disqualify any lawyer that had
Well-
any knowledge of this procedure.
Yeah.
But let me reiterate this for the sake of your client. I haven't reviewed a document prior to coming here, and again, my job is just to help facilitate for the board, since they're not lawyers, and help guide them through the process. I don't go in with them to executive session. I don't tell them what to think about evidence. If they have a procedure question, it would obviously be better coming from me than Mr. Richardson, who's advocating for a position in you. But it's well taken, and something for the board to consider when they're making their ultimate decision. Any more comments on that?
I would just note for the record that lawsuit has to do with ALEs and the Mills Co-op, and it has nothing to do with the issues presented tonight.
No, it doesn't, but it's, I'm on opposite ends of you two, teaming up against me in a different case, so that's where I'm headed.
Okay. Any other matters? Any questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Richardson, the administration has the burden, so you need to go first. So the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. We'll call Dr. Owak first to present the administration's position. Dr. Earl, I believe, at page 48, exhibit 19 of the administration packet.
Sir, could you use the microphone? We can't hear you.
Here.
Is the current recommendation for termination of Ms. Jones, is that correct?
That's correct.
We want to, I think, back up and give a little bit of context to what has led up to that recommendation, all right? So our exhibit pack starts with 2 emails about lunch monitors from 2024. Can you explain to the board what happened with that situation and why it relates to that?
It relates tonight because of an incident that we experienced earlier this school year when it referenced supervision in the lunch room. Wednesday, February 21st of 2024, we received an email. Actually, the individuals who received the emails were the employee, the assistant principal, assistant superintendent for support services, and the director of human resources, stating to the employee, thank you for your time at Biomeda. We will no longer be needing your services. Here, Tuesday, February 20th, was your last day to clock in here for your lunch para time. And then we received, that was on the 21st at 5:20 p.m. At 5:32 p.m. on the same day, another employee received notification, thank you for your time at Biomeda. We will no longer be needing your services here. Wednesday, February 21st was your last day to clock in here for your lunch para time. And then later in the email to one of the employees that were impacted, it stated, this decision was based on a phone call from this afternoon. Mr. Beck will provide you details and clarifications tomorrow. I cannot provide any other information at this time. The employee asked, why am I terminated? I did not do anything wrong.
What were these employees, what was their role at Biomeda?
There were lunch monitors during the lunch period times.
It was their job to watch the students and ensure it was a safe lunch time. correct?
Yes, their role was to provide supervision to the students when they were in the cafeteria during lunch period.
So after this email, were there dedicated lunch monitors for the Biomeda cafeteria?
It was stated that the administration would ensure coverage during that time in the absence of those lunch monitors.
And at the other schools besides Biomeda, did the administration fill in that duty, do you understand?
Yes, so at the other schools, the lunch monitors continue for that semester with administration coming in and out.
And then the following school year would be the 24-25 school year, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then does all the schools have lunch monitors?
During the 24-25 school year, they did. The 25-26 school year, they did not.
And did Biomeda have the lunch monitors in the 24-25 school year?
They had lunch monitors in the 24-25 school year until they were dismissed by the school principal.
Was that the emails that we see in the 22?
That's correct.
So that would have been the 23-24 school year, is that right?
That would have been, yes, 23-24.
So then 24-25.
25, they had lunch monitors, yes, that's correct. And then 25-26, they did not.
Okay. So beginning in August 25, no lunch monitors at Biomeda, is that right?
That's correct, at any of the schools.
What was your directive to the administrators about how to deal with the absence of lunch monitors?
So after meeting with Dr. Walker, the assistant superintendent, the decision, and I believe the rest of the exec team at the district office, the decision was to utilize the personnel such as the administrators, as well as our security officers, our CSSOs, providing support in there. But the directive was that one of the administrators should be in that cafeteria when our students are present for lunch.
What was your understanding about whether or not administrators were covering lunch duty at Biomedu during the first semester of the 25-26 school year?
We, after meeting with staff members, we realized that the administrators were not covering lunch. And what we were told that at times when the cafeteria was loud, administration would pop in, but on a regular basis, there was not any administrative presence other than the custodians and the clerical staff that worked in the office.
The next two exhibits relate to the SRO situation by Biomedu. Can you explain to the board a little bit about your understanding what happened with the SRO, student resource officer at Biomedu?
Yes, apparently, and I was not made aware of this situation until late late summer or early summer of '25, that apparently there had been issues with the school resource officer that we received from the Pulaski County Sheriff Department, ongoing issues, and at that point, there was an instance where that officer was asked to leave the site of the principal, to leave campus, because he did not do what she instructed him to do by removing a parent from the school premises.
And who asked him to leave?
The Principal Jones.
And this happened at the end of the 24-25 school year?
Toward the end of the 24-25 school year, yes, sir.
So after that, was there an SRO assigned to Biomedu?
No, sir. We did not receive another SRO sign.
What did the district do about that situation over the summer?
So we, in an effort to be proactive, we did contact the Pulaski County Sheriff's Department to see if we could have a meeting to address the concerns and to ensure that we had some type of security presence, police presence at the school, since it was not part of Jacksonville Police Department geographical area. And so we, our assistant superintendent scheduled a meeting with Pulaski County Sheriff's Department officers to see how we can work through in obtaining a new SRO for that campus.
For the administration packet, you're gonna have page 6. This is a memorandum from Officer Oldham. Does this cover the situation?
It does cover the situation, yes, sir.
It's dated November 18, 2025.
Yes, sir.
You're understanding he wrote it at that time?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Yeah, Dr. O, you keep pulling the mic to you, and it gets further away from Mr. Richardson, so it's hard to hear Mr. Richardson and easy to hear you, so I'm sorry, but.
I'm trying to be loud, but I have a soft voice.
It's hard to hear either one of them.
I'm trying to be loud, but I have a soft voice, so.
Okay.
We'll
I
work
think
together.
if y'all would just maybe pull it out and hand it to each other, I don't know, but just, you guys, if you speak right into it, we can hear you much easier. And I know the people out there can't hear.
You going back in here? No, you want me?
Was there an accusation by Ms. Jones against the SRO that had been assigned to Biomedu?
Yes, there was a list of accusations that were stated against Officer Walden at that time.
Were those conveyed to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office?
Some of them were, and a meeting where I was told that several meetings were scheduled and met with the supervisor of the SRO of the Pulaski County Sheriff's Department.
Was it your understanding that PCSO investigated those allegations?
Yes, they stated that they did.
What did they tell you was the result of that investigation?
That it was unclear. All the findings and the situations that were brought to them was found unfounded.
And so what was their response when they requested to return an SRO to the school?
I believe the exact, make sure I quote it right. It's dated July 17th, 2025 at 10:16 a.m. From the
What page on that?
It's-
Page 3.
So it stated, morning, Mr. Odom. Thank you for your email requesting an SRO. However, there are no plans to assign or reassign an SRO to the Biomeda School at this time under the current school administrator, parentheses, Biomeda. Should things change in the future, we can discuss the reassignment of a deputy.
So after this email was, the district able to have an SRO at Biomeda?
No, we have not been able to.
Do SROs, like at Biomeda, sometimes provide coverage for lunch duty?
No, they actually provide safety and security throughout the building, even before and after schools, with traffic coming and going, when drop off, and then of course when pick up. They also provide presence and safety and security during the school day as well. And so they actually monitor outside, the inside of the hallways throughout the school day.
So, trying to think of how to ask this while maintaining privacy. In this situation with the SRO, did it come up that there were allegations of problems with the child?
Yes, during the discussion in the summer of '25, when all of this was brought to my attention, I was informed that there were concerns with the officer, the SRO, with staff members, with him going in and out of the teacher's lounge, but also how he hugs students, how students would come up to him and hug, and that a grandparent was concerned about that interaction and was going to file a report against that.
Did you investigate and did the administration try to find any reports or any statements to support any of those allegations?
Yes, we, as a superintendent, I did follow up with Principal Jones and asked her if she had a copy of the report that was filed. She stated that the grandparent stated that she was going to file the report and that she just left it at that because she assumed the grandmother was going to file that report with the DHS hotline.
So to your awareness, were any reports filed?
No, we later found out that a report was not found after we contacted the supervisors at Pulaski County Sheriff's Department, sharing the concern that we were told by our principal that a report was found. They then did research and reported back to us. No such report was ever filed.
So on page 13 of the packet, tell the board what this document is.
So on page 13 of the document, this was a result of two meetings that took place that I was not present in, but I received a phone call from Principal Jones about her concerns about how the meeting took place. And so when I went, after I spoke with her over the phone, I went to Mr. Lester and Dr. Walker, our assistant superintendents, to inquire about their perspective of what happened. And so I had two stories, two statements about the situation, one from Principal Jones and Assistant Principal Weems, and then one from Dr. Walker, Mr. Lester, and Officer Odom. And so after reviewing, and I requested to have a meeting with all parties at that time. And so after listening, we had a virtual meeting. So after listening to both sides, I wrote this directive to all of the people who were involved, all the leaders who were involved, and sent it to them August 15th with the list of my expectations and directives as we move forward.
So this is, do all parties involved, does that include Principal Jones?
Yes, all parties did include Principal Jones, and all of them acknowledged it because I had a receipt attached to the email, plus they all responded to it.
And this is dated August 15th of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
Excuse me. So that beginning the 2025-26 school year by Midu, there was no SRO available, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there weren't lunch monitors, help monitor lunchroom, correct?
That's correct.
And then you discovered later that there were no administrators helping to cover lunch to ensure the safety of students, is that right?
That's correct. After the incident with the custodian happened, when we started interviewing staff members, that's when we realized that a paraprofessional, a clerical staff member who is supposed to be working in the office, and along with the custodians, were the only individuals in the cafeteria.
All right, when did you first learn of the incident with the custodian?
On October 16th.
How did you learn that?
I received a phone call, my initial phone call from Mr. Lester, telling me about the situation that he just became aware of, and then I got off the phone with him and called Principal Jones.
What did you do to manage the situation with the custodian? Tell the story about the evening and the next day.
So immediately after receiving, I received the picture of the incident, then I received the feedback that from my administrators, from Principal Jones, of what her teacher shared with her earlier, and then as well as what the assistant superintendents knew, as well as Officer Odom, and I immediately asked them to go ahead and place the student, the custodian, on administratively pending pay while we investigated. And then we continued to discuss next steps on how do we reach or contact the custodian to ensure that he did not report back to that school. And so Officer Odom and Mr. Lester looked up the custodian's phone, contact information, and then went to his house to inform him not to show up at school the next day, but to show up at Officer Odom's office at 7 a.m. before students were present. And then Dr. Walker then, on that same day, October 16th, called Principal Jones and instructed her to call the teacher who first reported it on October 8th to make the report to the DHS hotline. And then, of course, I immediately contacted the board and just to give them the heads up that we were investigating an issue at the Alameda campus.
Page 14 of the packet, we have a statement from Mr. Lester, and it starts out that on Thursday, 10/16/25, he was notified about 3:30 p.m. about the situation with the custodian. Is that consistent with your memory of the time of day that you learned about it?
Yes, sir. Because shortly thereafter, it was about maybe an hour or so after that when I was contacted by Mr. Lester.
So, after school hours, once you were notified, the custodian was put on administrative leave and not allowed to come back to the school, correct?
That's correct.
You directed that the incident be reported to the hotline of the sheriff's office, correct?
That's correct.
And then an investigation be made and videos be pulled of the custodian's interaction with students, correct?
That's correct. I instructed them to collect as much information as possible, and then also asked our district leadership about the process of contacting the families who had students who were impacted, so that we could have a plan to allow them to know exactly what took place.
And did you investigate and learn when Principal Jones was first informed of the situation with the custodian?
Yes, after we started receiving, and that was another request for Principal Jones and our district leaders to start collecting as many statements as possible. And when we received the teacher's statement, we then realized, well, even before then, while that Thursday, while we were all on the phone, because we were playing phone tag, all of us were calling each other as Principal Jones was actually outlining the events. And so, by date, and so she was putting October 6th, and then that was changed to October 7th, and then that was changed to October 8th. And then and so I actually called her and asked, you know, what was the discrepancies with the dates, and so we talked through that. And then I remember calling Mr. Lester back, and we were talking about the deadline as well. And so a final date that was on the timeline that was provided from Principal Jones, it stated she learned of the incident. The teacher and another staff member came to her on October 8th and shared their concern.
All right, on page 17 and 18 of the packet, is that the teacher's statement?
That's correct.
And about a third of the way down the page, she relates that she spoke to Ms. Jones on Wednesday, October 8, 2025, with another teacher who was also noticing the custodian inappropriately fondle a first grade female. That's what that says?
That's correct.
And then, based on your investigation, what did Ms. Jones do with that information?
Based upon the timelines that she provided, she said that she started monitoring the cafeteria and started reviewing those videos of the camera system in the cafeteria at that time.
Did she do anything about the custodian?
No, the custodian stayed assigned to the school at that time.
And the teacher relates at some point she brought the issue back up with Dr. Jones. When was that?
On October 16th. Well, and in fact, on that, on Wednesday, the teacher came with another teacher who was also noticing the inappropriately fondling of the first grade female student. And the teacher said that she sent a photo to Mrs. Jones on that Friday of him hovering over one of her students and hugging her inappropriately. She then said she told me, she was saying, Principal Jones told her she was aware of the situation, and then on October 16th was when the teacher came back during lunchtime in the cafeteria at 11:55, saying that the custodian was with that student again, kissing her on the forehead.
And who did she go to before she went to Dr. Jones?
Well, after she could not make contact with Principal Jones because she said Principal Jones was in the office, she went to Officer Carlisle, our security guard, and told him about her suspicions to get his opinions about what she should do, and then asked him to watch the video in the cafeteria. He also said that the touching was inappropriately, and that she was, so then the teacher said she was going to the counselor, but she wasn't available. Mrs. Jones was in a meeting, so that's the reason why she went to him.
It's page 19 of the district packet. Mr. Carlisle's statement about that.
Yes, that's correct.
We look over page 27 of the packet. Tell the board what this document is.
This letter that starts on page 27 is a letter from me to Principal Jones suspending her for a 3-day suspension for the lack of supervision of students and personnel code of conduct, as well as an infraction that relates to our licensed personnel sexual harassment policy.
So, in essence, you suspended Principal Jones for 3 days for that week delay in reporting the incident with the custodian, correct?
Suspended her based on the fact that there was a lack of supervision in the cafeteria based on what the directives were, having administration in there, lack of code of conduct of ensuring there was a follow-up with the statement that the teacher had made on October 8th, and as well as not following through to ensure that the gentleman, the custodian who was alleged making the actions was still allowed to stay in the school, and also the lack of following up with the teacher and reporting it to the child maltreatment form. And based upon Principal Jones' statement, she said she instructed the teacher to do that, but from October 8th until October 16th, there had not been a DHS report made.
The suspension was dated October 29, 2025, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The next document of the packet at page 32 tell the board what this document is and give them a little bit of background about it.
So this document was one of the terminations that I was given, the first termination that I was given regarding Principal Jones for the remainder of termination of our contract for the remainder of the 25-26 school year. And it was based upon the following statements that she made to her supervisor, Dr. Walker, criticizing her interviewing of employees. So after the incident took place and we found out about it on October 16th, we immediately start multiple tasks. So we started meeting with the families, the initial meeting with the families who were impacted, and then as those parents requested to watch video, we were setting up videos with that, but then we also started having personnel meetings to see where the ball was dropped in notifying the appropriate personnel, plus also making sure we addressed the custodian who was alleged to making these incidents. And so, we were calling the staff members out of the building and scheduling those. And so Principal Jones sent an email criticizing the fact that these employees were leaving her building without her being notified. She also described the relationship with her supervisor, Dr. Walker, as broken, and that she had no sense of trust in Dr. Walker. She repeatedly said, "I do not trust Dr. Walker. I do not have any reasons to trust the central office personnel. She then accused Dr. Walker of lying to me, and in a telephone conversation with Mrs. Erica Logan, she called Dr. Walker a dumbass and told her that Dr. Walker doesn't, excuse my language, fucking know shit in a heated and aggressive manner. And then on November 3rd of 2025, the email to the board of directors, she described her relationship with Dr. Walker and district leadership as showing a clear lack of leadership involving multiple instances of broken trust. She expressed her intent to leadership involving multiple, her intent to copy board members. She expressed her intent to copy board members on all communication between Dr. Walker, Mr. Lesser, and Dr. Ola and myself. And in that, it wasn't just with the board members, there were members outside of the district that she insisted that if we communicated with her, we need to copy all of them. And then in November, on November 2nd of 2025, in an email to Dr. Walker, copied the board of directors. She made a series of demands to her supervisor, Dr. Walker, prior to follow-up meeting that had planned. And then after Dr. Walker responded to her, or informed her that there is no support, that she would like to offer the report, the response from Principal Jones said there's no report, no support that I had planned, or that there's no support that I need from you or any JNPSD central office administrator. And then she demanded that any and all written communication between her and Dr. Walker had to be copied to all the board members. And then lastly, over the past months, she has made several statements and insinuations demonstrating that she could no longer work with her supervisor, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Walker. And I stated her actions in response to the suspension that I delivered to her on October 29th of 2025 regarding the situation with the custodian further demonstrates to me that professional relationship with her supervisor has completely broken down, and that Dr. Walker has attempted to repair the relationship, but I was convinced that it was not repairable.
So did you have a meeting with Dr. Jones, with Mrs. Jones?
I did have a meeting with Mrs. Jones and Dr. Walker together, and that was one after I met with the entire group as well. And then I had a meeting with Dr. Jones during a personnel meeting regarding this this termination letter, and then I gave her another option when we met, and Mr. Weems, and who is the assistant principal at Phi Beta, along with Erica Logan, Mrs. Erica Logan, who's our director of human resources. She was there as well.
What were the options that you gave Principal Jones at this meeting?
Well, what I explained to her that that I had the termination in my hand, but based upon our conversation that I had with her when I gave her the suspension, she conveyed the concern about her reputation, her experience as an educator, and I explained to her, out of respect, I definitely understood that, and that I did not want, I understood her concern about tarnishing her her reputation. So, but I have to, as a superintendent, I had an obligation to make sure that our students' liability and their academic needs were first, and that I could not have adults bickering or going back and forth and not working towards what's best for kids. So I had a termination in my hand, but I also had the option of giving her the option to resign effective June 30th at the end of this school year on administrative leave. But with that, she could not, there were stipulations with that administrative leave. She could not communicate with students, staff members, or family members in regards to school business or district business. She even asked for clarification if she knew, if she had friends outside the organization, if she could still communicate with them. And I explained to her, I cannot control who you're friends with, but you should not have communication with anyone about school district business.
What did Principal Jones eventually accept?
On December 8th, I received her resignation for the remaining of the school year, with her last day of work being June 30th of 2026.
Now, after that meeting, there was an issue of her personal effects being at Viamedu, and then she retained some district equipment. Will you tell the board about the saga of that?
Yes, starting with the electronic option, the laptops. We realized, of course, she had a district cell phone and 2 laptops. Eventually, she did release the laptop, and one of the laptops and the cell phone, but she refused to surrender the laptop, the other laptop, because she said she had personal items on that laptop and for several years, and so she would like to retrieve those, and that she was not going to surrender those until she's able to be able to obtain all of those on there. We did offer her to sit down with our director of technology so that he can put everything on a flash drive, and she could go through it, but she did not come and acknowledge that. I mean, did not come to do that. We also had scheduled a time for her to come and select her belongings at Viamedu after school. Dr. Walker was there, and some other staff members were there, and what we realized as we were, as they realized as they were packing things up, there were items that Dr. Walker, as her supervisor, had remembered signing for on the PO, such as the pink chair, and but Mrs. Jones sent her husband there to collect things, and then he had her on the phone and saying that those things were hers, and although we do have a PO stating that the district purchased that particular item, and there were other items that other staff members who worked at Viamedu stated that the items were purchased for the school, for the students for our PBIS program, and that they should not be taken with the rest of her belongings. And so that took place, and that situation became pretty hostile for Dr. Walker because she was followed into the building by Mrs. Jones' husband, and Dr. Walker had to lock herself behind a door during this time. And then there was an incident where another family member showed up in the parking lot at Viamedu during this time as well.
Board, in the packet from page 35 to page 46 is an email exchange between the administration and me that goes through that. We're not going to go through all the details of it, but that will give you a sense of how that interaction occurred. All right. You gave Principal Jones the directive not to contact staff at the school. Why was that important to you?
Because she was under administrative leave, and that's the standard process. When we place a personnel member on administrative leave, pending investigation or pending any type of situation, we always collect keys and their badge, and we immediately turn off their any device or any access to any of our school programs and platforms. And so we instructed her not to, and because, like I said, it was under investigation, we explained to her not to have any contact with the students' parents or the staff members in order for us to continue to try to operate the schools and make sure we have the proper environment, safe environment, productive environment for students. And so while we're doing this, and I explained it to her even in the personnel meeting that, because she asked, well, what's going to be shared with my staff? And I told her, as far as we're concerned, even when she was suspended, we were not sharing any of that information with her staff members. In fact, when she received the 3-day suspension, she asked if we could tie that in to because she was already sick, and that she did not want to seem like excuse my language, a dumbass to her staff members by being suspended. And so, and then as we move forward to the administrative leave, she stated that I can't remember what I'm going to say after that.
After Principal Jones was removed from Miami-Dade, who was providing leadership for the school?
So after she was removed, we started sending originally support staff was out there. Dr. Walker was going out there. Dr. Picard was out there. The current superintendent, the assistant assistant principal, was there for about a half a day. And then we met with one of our assistant principals at another school to ask if she would go over and be interim principal at that time. So one of our assistant principals went over there along with Dr. Picard, our director of curriculum and instruction, and Mr. Morrison. We sent 3 to 4 people over there to help operate the school until we had a permanent person in that position.
And how was the administration received at the school by the staff in that time period? I guess over November, from December after she was released through December.
It was definitely split. Some were very receptive of the change and the interim administrators, and some were not speaking. Some were very very upfront about their dislike of the situation and displeasure, and some were also very concerned. When I did meet with the staff at one time, and a lot of their concerns was just being able to ask questions and to be allowed to have their feelings understood during this transition, because a lot of them had worked closer together. But it was definitely over those time period a very sensitive situation where some did not like the new shift. They wanted things to go back to the way they were before Principal Jones was not in the building.
So it would be fair to characterize the work in December after Principal Jones left as trying to develop trust and rapport with the staff, for the administration to develop trust and rapport with the staff of IME2.
Yeah, the administration did work. We actually had to make a shift with the interim principal, the first interim principal, because it became so stressful of not working. She felt like some of the staff members were not working with her. She would ask for information on like scheduling or routines, and the answer was, I don't know. And so she just felt like it was a challenge in working with her, and so she asked, she had a meeting with me and asked if it was possible for her not to be assigned to that school moving forward. And so out of that concern and her well-being, because she stated she wasn't sleeping at night and it was just a lot of stress, and so we decided to make an adjustment. Dr. Picard went there even more. Mr. Morrison was there on a steady basis. Dr. Walker started visiting more. Mr. Lester was out there, and so we just kept Ms. Freeman. So a lot of the district level staff members continued to go out there to provide support.
Okay. course of December, did you get the understanding that Ms. Jones was still in contact with staff at Byington?
Yes, we actually received messages from staff members who were still part of a text message group or a group message group that they were still in contact. There was a core group of teachers and staff members who were still getting messages. In fact, the meeting that I had with the staff members at that meeting, when I went out there to talk to the staff, that was recorded and shared within that group text to all of the staff members who were on there. And then we were also told that Mrs. Jones were still engaging with some of the parents. In fact, there was a meeting set up at one of the local establishments here in Jacksonville where documents were shown.
How did those interactions that Ms. Jones had with the staff and the parents, how did that affect the administration's ability to effectively manage the school?
It definitely made it a major struggle. It started to, as we were trying to be transparent with what was happening with both situations, it became a challenge of the lack of trust that parents had for the district and anyone that we were putting out there at the school. In fact, some of our staff members from the central office who graciously went out there, they were called names, doofus, that other woman. It was not a productive or conducive situation for them, even though they were out there trying to support the scholars and the students.
All right, then there was a meeting on December 11th out of Byington for the public. The board was there. Give us a little bit of sense of the purpose of that meeting.
So the background for that meeting that we held at Byington was so that the parents from that community could hear from me and our board members. I started that meeting off with an apology. I understood that parents, and I acknowledged that the parents wanted and deserved immediate communication, and that we would take that in consideration, and we understood the need for immediate communication. We also wanted to, so I said that, and I believe President Gray made a statement, and then we wanted to open the floor to hear the rest of the parents' concerns about the situation and be able to address that. And so we took notes, and the meeting proceeded.
And Principal Jones, at that time, she was still a district employee, correct?
Yes, she was. She was placed on administrative leave.
Still under the directive not to contact staff or parents, right?
Yes, she was under the directive not to have any contact with scholars, staff members, or come on Byington's campus, or even have a conversation with family members about anything that was school-related or district-related.
And she made comments at the meeting, correct?
That's correct. She made several comments.
In your understanding, how did those comments affect the district's ability to effectively manage Byington and work with the staff out there following the meeting?
Well, after that narrative was shown, everything that we started to push out and provide the actual timeline and any information to share with our staff members were contradicted and criticized based upon what she shared at that meeting that night, and it made it appear that the district was not trying to move forward or do what's right as it pertains to the custodian who allegedly committed those incidents. And so it pitted several parents and community members against the board as we moved forward. And so there was definitely a lack of trust and just disregard as we moved forward.
Did that continue to affect the administration's ability to manage the school effectively through January and February?
Yes, it did, and so we had to do a lot of proactive work and building. For example, like I said, I met with the staff, and we continue to send district support out there. We also heard the staff members' concerns enough that they wanted representation on the interview team, where we would select a new principal. And that started to go back and forth. So we offered for individuals to sit on there, and then because of some of the things that were said, they declined to be on there, on the committee. And so we had to continue to find someone from the school to actually represent the school on the interview committee as we start to look for a new principal.
All right, page 47 through 50 of the packet. Will you tell the board what this is?
So 47, which is dated December 29th, and then 48, which is dated 22nd. The 47 is the cover page of a notice of recommendation from termination to Mrs. Jones about the conduct that had taken place since the initial meeting I had with her on her reprimand, about her suspension. And then also discussion about the interactions that family members of hers had with several of our district employees, and how it became threatening behavior, especially after she spoke at that meeting in December, how the situation, the environment completely shifted during the meeting and after the meeting. And then, of course, the incidents proceeded after that with her family members. And then on 48 is because of those incidents, you have the new recommendation of termination of the contract based upon the incidents that happened after her administrative leave was issued to her. And that letter outlined the things that took place thereafter.
And just to be clear, this meeting on December 11th, that was for parents to be able to voice concerns, correct?
Yes, I had received several emails from parents about the opportunity to address me and the board. They wanted to talk to the board about what happened and next steps, and how could we get past this and why it happened. A lot of it centered on the communication, why the district waited so late to notify the parents about the incident. And so it was 100% designed to have that, and that's the reason why we met at Bionita, so more parents from that community could be at the meeting and not have to travel to Pinewood or Jacksonville. So we had it there so that the parents can be there as much as possible, so that we can hear from them, we can take notes, and then move forward. And a lot of good notes came from that, and we did start to develop some things that, a lot of the things that came from that meeting.
All right, and then the last 3 pages of the packet. We blacked out the name of who this is from to protect identity, but could you tell the board who this is from, generally not using names, and why, when did you receive this?
Yes, I received this letter on Friday, February 20th at 6:52 a.m. From a parent. I will also say this is the same parent I met November 19th for 4 hours in my office, who also shared the same concerns. And it says, "Dear members of the Jacksonville North Lansky School Board and Superintendent Dr. Ola, well, I was going to
I say that for the record, we have copies of this, but I don't think anybody else does. So if he wants to read the letter, I think that would be good for the record.
Dear members of the Jacksonville North Pulaski School Board and Superintendent Dr. Ola, I want to begin by thanking each of you, along with the district level administration, for the time and effort you've devoted to addressing this serious and deeply troubling matter. I recognize the scrutiny involved and the weight of your responsibility. My concern is not with the board or district leadership as a whole, but with the specific actions and omissions of the accused employee, Harold Butchart, and the building leader at that time, former Principal Lindsey Jones. As you prepare to hear Mrs. Jones' appeal, I respectfully but firmly request that the complete and verified timeline be presented clearly and in full on the record. The documented facts reflect not a single isolated lapse, but multiple missed opportunities to intervene and protect students. October 8, 2025, a classroom teacher reported to Principal Lindsey Jones that Mr. Butchart had inappropriately touched a female student in the school cafeteria. Following this report, Mrs. Jones later stated that she reviewed and revised the lunch duty schedule to ensure that there was adequate adult presence in the cafeteria, adjusted custodial responsibilities to offset the times Mr. Butchart was present, and watched live footage for several days, spending as much time in the cafeteria as possible. She further stated, "I never noticed anything alarming or had any concerns, and no one else had brought anything up either. I didn't hear back from the teacher and never received any statements until Friday, October 12, 2025. If the concern was significant enough to revise the lunch schedule and adjust Mr. Butchart's responsibilities, then it was significant enough to escalate. If supervision changes were deemed necessary, the question becomes unavoidable. Why was the matter not immediately reported to district level administration? Why was law enforcement not contacted? Why was Mr. Butchart not removed from the building? Why was he not removed from campus entirely pending investigation? Despite acknowledging that concerns have been raised in implementing internal supervisory adjustments, Mrs. Jones did not notify district leadership at the time, did not contact law enforcement or child protective authorities, and did not remove Mr. Butchart from campus. He remained on school grounds with direct access to students during this period. October 10, 2025, a photograph depicting concerning physical contact between Mr. Butchart and a young female student was taken and sent to Principal Jones. Mrs. Jones later stated she did not receive the image until October 10th, but acknowledged she was already aware of the underlying concern. October 12th, but acknowledged she was already aware of the underlying concern. Despite the initial report and acknowledged supervision concerns, Mr. Butchart continued to remain on campus with direct access to students. Video evidence later confirmed additional inappropriate physical contact occurring on October 13th, October 14th, and October 16th. October 16, 2025, further concerns were raised, and law enforcement was contacted at approximately 7:00 p.m. Body-worn camera footage reflects that administration reported that they had only begun reviewing video at approximately 4 p.m. that same day, more than a week after the initial October 8th report. October 17, 2025, parents were informed that the employee had been removed as soon as the inappropriate conduct was discovered. However, police reports, arrest affidavits, and video evidence established that inappropriate conduct continued across multiple days after the initial October 8th report. October 31st, 2025, Mr. Butchart was arrested and charged with 8 felonies of sexual assault and 3 misdemeanors counts of harassment related to conduct occurring while employed at the school, mid-November 2025. After records were obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, district leadership was provided with the full timeline and body-worn camera footage. December 11, 2025, during a special board meeting, Mrs. Jones disclosed that she had submitted her resignation effective June 30th, 2026, citing an unrelated matter. The documented sequence is straightforward. Initial report, October 8th. Photograph taken, October 10th. Ongoing inappropriate conduct, October 13th through the 16th. Law enforcement contacted, October 16th. Arrest, October 31st. This timeline reflects delayed escalation, delayed verification, and continued student exposure after credible warning signs were raised. When a principal determines that supervision adjustments are necessary due to inappropriate conduct allegations, that determination itself demonstrates recognitions of risks. Student safety demands immediate escalation and removal from access, not internal management adjustments alone. As the board considers this appeal, we respectfully request that the verified timeline and supporting documentation be presented completely and accurately during the proceedings, that the board weigh the non-delegable duty of a principal to act decisively when student safety concerns are reported, that the termination decisions stand with no reinstatement and no award of pay. Accountability at the leadership level is essential to restoring and maintaining trust. Student safety cannot depend on hindsight. It must be protected through clear standards and real-time consequences. I appreciate your service and your careful consideration of the full record.
Based on your investigation and your knowledge of all the reports and all the different things you've reviewed, is this parent's summary of the timeline or analysis of the timeline accurate?
Yes, sir, it is. The parent had presented this to me before, and also had FOI all of our records as well as the records from Pulaski County Sheriff's Office.
So going back to the current recommendation for termination, paragraph 5, it states that at this meeting of December 11, 2025, Principal Jones accompanied another parent to the microphone, and that parent stated her concern that staff complained about Mr. Butchart's conduct, but that it was not reported to the authorities until a week later, and Ms. Jones nodded along in agreement with those statements. You recall her doing that?
Yes, and if I can add, when the administration, district administration, along with Principal Jones, initially met with the parents about this incident, they stated when the district found out about it, which was October 16th. One of the parents directly turned directly to Principal Jones and asked, "When did you find out?" And she stated yesterday, which would have been October 16th.
So the end of that paragraph says, Ms. Jones's actions, nodding along with that parent with that question, fostered the false impression that her actions did not contribute to the delay in reporting. Is that consistent with the timeline that you just read and the information that you've seen?
Yes, sir.
So the extent that Ms. Jones was confirming that, nodding along, agreeing with the statement about staff complaints but conduct not reported until a week later, that would have been a false impression, correct?
Yes, that's a false account of the situation.
one last thing, since the recommendation for termination at the end of December, have you become aware of another incident with some accounts in the store at the school that further supports the recommendation for termination?
Yes, after having new administration out there, we realized there were a in-school store established. We received a bill from vendors with a list of refreshments and refreshments listed, and found out that there was a school store that was being established, that had been established in the school, and that to purchase it, one part was for student incentives and the other part was for staff to purchase items. And so what was brought to my attention and what I learned was that staff could either use cash and put the cash in a jar so that the Principal Jones would then go and purchase more snacks, or they could cash out. There were 2 cash apps that were given to us by staff members at that time where the money could be cashed out.
What's your understanding of who owns those 2 cash app accounts?
One had Principal Jones' son attached to it, and the latest cash app had her husband's name attached to it.
Was the district able to locate records on where those funds went?
No, until this day, during our investigation, we have not been able to locate where those funds has gone. We do know where the merchandise was purchased, and after exploring the vendors where the merchandise was purchased, we were told that the situation was after all the items were sold, then the Principal Jones would then come and pay for it in her way of paying for it.
Pass this
He
to
probably will need that mic, he probably hear it.
Word.
All right, Mr. Ogles.
We're online as well, so the mic speaks directly into the camera for,
Well, you want me to talk and bring it to him?
I think that's probably what we're gonna have. We need to discuss, put on the agenda next month, we need to talk about permanent communication set up in here for board members, for board hearings.
At that table, so that
Would that be,
Yeah, why
yeah,
don't you do that,
that would be
Mr.
good.
Ogles? Why don't
Yes,
you
sir.
sit at the table? Will that work, John?
It's fine with me.
You want the stand, John?
Is
The mic stand?
Kevin here? Or do we have any more of these that could be set up on y'all's tables and plugged into that? It's just not long enough.
That's good right there, I think. All right,
Can you hear me?
Mr. Ogles.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Doctor, on page 33, you got your exhibits with you?
I do.
You gave Ms. Jones 2 options, is that correct?
I did.
And what were the 2 options?
I told her that I could move forward with the termination, or I could place her on administrative leave pending her resignation.
And what were the conditions when you talked to her on December the 1st? Because she didn't make a decision immediately, did she?
No, she didn't. I asked her if I would give her time to consider the options, and that if she would let me know by Monday, December 8th.
And what were the limitations that you did not want her to do during that time period?
She could not speak to the students, staff members, or anyone about school or district business.
And did she speak to anyone between December the 1st and December the 8th? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
And you said there were conditions to her resigning, is that correct?
Yes,
And what were the conditions again?
that she could not speak to the scholars or anyone at the school, staff members, about school-related or district-related information.
Were any of these conditions in writing?
No, they were verbally told to her at the meeting, before the meeting adjourned.
Did you listen to your tape recording today?
I did.
Did you hear where you told her not to talk to anyone between December the 1st and December the 8th in the recording?
I didn't list the dates. What I told her while she's on administrative leave, that she could not talk to students, staff members. And that was toward the end. It was about 4 minutes left, so I think at probably at the 28th minute of that video.
And what is your definition of administrative leave?
Administrative leave is that you're still employed, but you're on leave pending an investigation or pending a situation that's being worked on or investigated.
Okay, look at page 34. You see it?
I do.
Is that the retirement resignation notice she gave you on December the 8th?
It is.
Does it have any conditions listed?
No.
Does it have anything about administrative leave on it?
No, it do not.
Look at the box that's checked. What does it say?
Resignation.
And what else does it say?
Supervisor. Please give reasons. Supervisor.
Okay. Does it say anything else?
No, sir.
And then go down to the next sentence. It says, from the following Bio Metro Elementary principal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Last day of work, 6/30/26. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And underneath that, it states, I understand that my final salary cannot be released until my checkout procedure is complete, and this resignation retirement notice has been accepted or processed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are there any other conditions on this page?
No, sir.
Turn to page 33. Is that if she had declined to resign, is that the page that she would have signed and appealed to the Jacksonville School Board?
Yeah, no, she wouldn't have had to sign this to appeal. She would have just signed this to acknowledge that she received this communication. In order for her to appeal, she would have had to put that in writing and submitted it to me within 5 days as outlined in that letter.
Fair enough. But she did not choose this option, did she?
She did not.
Because you gave her the option to resign with pay till June the 30th to 26. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at the time that you gave her this option, everything that you've thrown up mud at her in the past of 24 and 25, you considered that to allow her to resign with pay. Is that correct? You're gonna go back to go to exhibit 1, page 1.
No, I'm much aware of what you're
You
asking.
understand my question?
I do, and so, like I shared with her in that meeting, yes, I considered everything that she has done, and I considered her longevity in the district, and that's the reason, as I stated in that personnel meeting, the reason why I gave her the option to resign while on administrative leave.
And Doctor, that's from pages 1 through, I guess, 32. You had all this information before you that you told the board about today, and yet you still allowed her to resign and be paid through June 30th of 26. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what changed?
What changed was everything that happened after that December meeting, when Dr. Walker, her supervisor, tried to meet with her, and it became a back and forth. In fact, there was a discussion that if I'm going to meet with you, her assistant principal is going to be in there, and that and he's going to be in there because I didn't trust you. I want to be able to be in a room where there's a recording, and just that back and forth where she kept saying she didn't trust anybody, and even when I met with her, I asked her, how do we move forward from this? And she shrugged her shoulders and said, I don't know.
Doctor, you're talking about December the 1st, aren't you?
Yes, that meeting, yes.
Okay, I know, but you gave her the option to accept pay through June the 30th after that meeting, is that correct?
During that meeting, I gave her the option.
And she accepted it, is that correct?
On December 8th, she did.
Who was in that meeting, December the 1st?
December 1st was Mr. Weems and Mrs. Erica Logan.
Okay, was Dr. Walker not in that meeting?
She was not.
Okay, and when did she meet with Dr. Walker?
That I do not recall when she met.
Was it after December the 8th?
No, it would have been after December 8th because that's when I received her resignation, and so her administrative leave started then.
So why are you using evidence against her before December the 8th if you allowed her to resign with pay to June the 30th? And now you're telling the board these are the reasons I'm terminating.
No, what I wrote in the last termination letter was the series of actions that took place that led up to the reason, the reason why I received the first termination letter. And that was the termination letter that I introduced to her with the option of the administrative leave. So all of those documents were linked together because I explained to her I had that termination letter and then I had the option of putting her on administrative leave. So those were not separate from one another. They were all linked together to move forward with that, even the last termination letter that she received.
Doctor, you will agree with me on December the 8th of 25, you allowed her to resign with pay to June the 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you allowed her to resign with pay even though everything you said had happened before December the 1st. Is that correct?
That's
Yes or
correct.
no? Is that right? Did I say that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So what happened on December the 9th that made you mad or wanted you to give your evidence to terminate her contract?
Nothing happened on December
What
9th.
happened on December the 10th?
Nothing happened on December 10th.
What happened on December the 11th?
On December 11th, she came to Biomeda, a parent meeting that we had for our parents, and toward the end of the meeting, she took the mic and she stated for almost 10 to 15 minutes on what we did not do, and it was a lot of untruths. She stated that we were told that she could not speak to parents, as if we said she could not speak to parents prior to her suspension or prior to the administrative leave, and she painted that picture. She also painted the picture as if, because she went up to the mic with one of the parents, consoling the parent as if the district had missteps. And then she continued to say that we did not allow her to do this. We told her that she could not do this. We kept her from this, and that was far from the truth.
Doctor, in your meeting on December the 1st, did you tell her she could not attend a meeting?
I told her she could not. I told her she could not have communication with students, with staff members, and she could not attend. She could not come on Biomeda's campus.
So you're saying that you told her she could not come on Biomeda campus for a meeting,
I told her she could not be on Biomeda's campus.
and that was after December the 8th?
No, I told her that December 1st.
I know, but you're saying after she agreed to resign, that she could not come on Biomeda campus?
What I told her was, what we would do when she resigned, she would be on administrative leave. So she would be on administrative leave with her resignation, and these were the stipulations that followed with that administrative leave.
So you're saying that she could not go to a school board meeting after December the 8th?
not being, she was still an employee, and so she was given directives.
Doctor, answer my question. Are you saying that she could not go to the
Yes.
school board meeting after December the 8th? Is
Yes.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
Are you saying if she saw a student or a teacher in the Kroger shopping center, she couldn't say hello?
She asked that question, and I
Answer my
said,
question. Could she say
I-
hello?
I'm trying to answer your question. She asked that question. She said, what if I had personal interactions, personal relationships? I said, I cannot control who you speak with, but I am telling you not to discuss school or district-related information with anyone, any student, any parent, any staff member. You cannot discuss school level or district level information while you're on administrative leave. That was what was told to her.
And you didn't think that was important enough to memorialize it in an email or a writing?
I gave her the directive during the meeting.
I understand. My question is, you didn't think that was important enough to memorialize it or email it to her? Either in a writing or write it on a statement?
It was clear, and it was clear when I stated to her, and she recorded it, and so she has it on tape that I gave her that directive.
So you think that recording is clear that she can't talk to anyone after December the 8th?
When I listened to it again this morning, this afternoon, it was very clear of what those directives were.
All right? And so everything you talked about up to December the 8th, or December the 1st when you had that meeting, when you're talking about the October incident, you factored all that in to your decision to allow her to resign and with pay up to June the 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct, but not the complete truth in that. There's more in that. When I factor that in, I would say I had already met with her after the October 16th incident. We started interviewing all personnel members who were involved. And after each meeting, more information came out, which caused us to have to meet with more individuals. And so at one point toward the end of October, 1st November, I met with her, and that's where she got the sanction, the 3-day suspension for lack of notification and leadership in that situation. And so that part I had already disciplined her for because of the incident that happened in October. Everything else came after that on how she acted and how she behaved with her supervisor, how she acted via email with the rest of the district staff, how she responded to it. She gave us directives not to email her as a high school, as an elementary principal. She told her superintendent, her assistant superintendent, not to email her without copying the board of directors and without copying her father on the email.
And what day was that on, Doctor?
I do not have that email in front of me.
Wasn't that like late December? Was it late November or first part of December?
Well, there were several emails. She stated it in several emails to us during that time.
And was anything emailed to you that you're referring to after December the 1st? When you gave her the option?
I do not recall. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. So you said that, you ever heard, you said that her going to, was this a publicized parent-teacher meeting, December the 11th? Was it in the paper or publicized?
It was a publicized parent meeting.
Was it a public meeting?
It was a public meeting for the parents and by me who were impacted about this situation.
Okay.
Because that was the request that I received from the parents out there. They wanted to hear from the school board and the superintendent about the incident that took place with the custodian, and they asked to have a parent meeting with us out there.
And you're saying that Ms. Jones should not have gone to that meeting, is that correct?
What I'm saying is Mrs. Jones was instructed not to be on that campus.
what time that day was this meeting?
It started either at 5:30 or 6 o'clock.
Okay, and
6.
did you instruct her not to be on this campus in writing, or is this one of your oral directives?
As stated, that was one of my verbal directives. That's also heard on the video that I told her, because she followed up and asked about if they're friends. And I said, you cannot discuss school or district information with anyone outside this school.
All right. Doctor, you also said there were other reasons that you believe she violated your oral directive. What are the other reasons after December the 8th? My note said you said that she was contacting staff. What are you talking about?
We received statements from staff members that she was still communicating in a group text or group me even after that. In fact, that was when the video of when I met with her, with the staff at Biomeda, the video or the audio that was recorded was shared with her in that text message.
What was said on the text message?
I'm not sure. I don't have it in front of me. I was told by a staff member that the video or the audio of me speaking to the staff members was shared in that video.
You think she had a freedom of speech right to talk to any of the staff?
Outside the school setting and outside the directive, but the directive, as long as she was a school employee, the directive was for her not to do so. So that became insubordination when she continued to talk to staff members, and she was instructed not to do so while she was on administrative leave. And she was on administrative leave starting December 8th when she submitted that resignation until June 30th of that, which would end her contract.
Do you think your directive was clear, that she couldn't talk to staff at any time?
It was very clear because she responded with a question
Well,
for clarification.
We're gonna listen to it in just a minute. So
Okay.
you're telling the school board that in that December 1st meeting, it's very clear that she cannot talk to anyone after December the 8th,
Yes, sir.
okay? And because you're terminating her on that, because she did talk to staff, and I guess December the 11th, looking back, do you think it'd been important to write that down in a writing to her, to explain to her what she could do and could not do?
It could have been in writing, yes,
you
but
didn't, right?
But we were in the meeting, in her personnel meeting, as principal and as her superintendent, I gave her a written documentation, and I also followed up with verbal language to explain what I meant by administrative leave and what should take place moving forward. So we both had verbal conversation, and she also received a written document that was very clear. And again, like I stated, the fact that she recorded the conversation without my knowledge, but the fact that she recorded the conversation, she also was able to go back and replay the whole conversation about not making any contact with scholars, nor having any contact with families or staff members.
Okay, so what made that clear? You said there was a written document that made that clear.
No, I didn't say that. What I said, she received the written document, and then I said that I verbally shared that with her. The written document was the administrative leave letter, and then
What page is that on document?
I do not believe it's in this document.
So you don't have it as evidence?
do not see that document, the,
What written document are you talking about, Doctor? 'Cause I haven't seen it. Does it say that she can't talk back? Does it say that she can't
it's
say
the,
no- talk to anyone?
no, so the
administrative leave form, when we put staff members on administrative, it was the generic form that we give all employees, and that form did not state it, hence the reason why I followed up with a verbal statement telling her what the expectations are.
And you didn't think that was important enough to write down and memorialize and direct it to her?
Well, what I assumed was that I was speaking to one of my principals, and she has been in meetings with me before, given the same expectations to some of her employees, that she understood this is the regular process that we follow. That we take your keys, we take your badge, and you should have zero contact during this time while you're on administrative leave with pay. You should not have any contact.
And that's all in oral, correct?
That was oral.
Okay. So if your tape statement says you should not return to the school or talk to the staff until a decision is made, you disagree with that statement that you told Ms. Jones that?
Can you repeat
I
that?
sure can. If your tape statement, audio statement says that you told Ms. Jones not to have any interaction with the staff, students, or families until a decision is made, you disagree with that?
I don't believe I said until a decision made. I said while you're on administrative leave, you should not have any contact with students, with scholars, staff members, and families.
So you deny or you don't remember saying until a decision is made?
I don't recall saying until the decision
Fair
made.
enough, though. So you said that, the December 11th incident, that she went and talked to the parents, that's on YouTube. You said that she talked to you don't know what she said in the text messages to the staff on the text string, is that correct, Doctor?
I do not have that verbatim in front of me.
And this would have been a string of teachers that they were texting each other before she resigned, is that correct?
I'm not sure all the staff members who were on there. I believe there was licensed and classified staff members who were on there.
What else did she do wrong, Doctor?
She would not remit the laptop that was owned by the district.
She would not do what, I'm sorry?
She would not return the documents when requested until she was able to retrieve her items. Even though we offered to put all her items on a flash drive, she still did not offer it. And then on one occasion, the other laptop that she had with the cell phone, it was left on a cement post outside the school after her family members came to pick up the rest of her items. And so we had to go back and retrieve that, and she still had the possession of the laptop until she shared it with another community member who then turned it in.
When was that, Doctor?
I don't recall the date that it was.
The first 3 weeks of December?
Of when we received the second,
Yes.
I would have to check with my staff to see.
Well,
I believe it was in January.
Okay. What part of January?
I don't recall.
Is there anything that she has now that you're wanting?
No.
And when did she return?
Well, I state, now that we found out that there were a list of things that were on POs, a purchase order request, such as the pink chair, for example, that we purchased at the district that she's in possession with, that actually is district policy. Also, the funds that were compensated or received for those snacks that were in that snack room, then
those funds need to be recovered for audit purposes as well.
Now, Doctor, are these funds you're talking about, is this something that just popped up today, or is this something we've been aware of?
We were made aware of that in December, once we had, or December or January, once we had new leadership in there, and the leaders were going through the building, just looking at rituals and operations in there, and then we realized we had a room for PBIS, for students, for positive behavior intervention, but then we also had a staff snack room, and there was a container of money, and the question was, what was that money being used for? And then we were told that once the money was in there, Principal Jones would then go buy more snacks. And then we were also told that there's a cash app. If they didn't have cash, they can cash app. We asked the name of the cash app, and we realized that it was tied to one of her family members. And then after more exploration or investigation, most recently, and probably 1st of February, end of January, we realized that this has been going on for multiple years, because we have a snapshot of another cash app that was being used that is tied, well, I should say list another one of her family members' names for that cash app.
Isn't it true you knew about these cash apps in the fall of '24?
No,
So you've never known about them?
not these cash apps that that they had, not tied to a personnel.
You knew about some cash apps though, right?
No, I knew about the store that she said she had for her staff members to get snacks in it, but I did not know she was sending money to, those funds were going to her, to personal
Do you
cash
know
app.
that, Doctor, or you just saying that?
Do I know what?
That she's sending funds somewhere, doing something wrong.
Based upon the reports we received from the staff and based upon the cash app that that was given to us based to the staff members, those were not district cash app funds.
When did you get these reports, Doctor?
We received the first, December 11th was the first one, and then we just received the other one probably a couple of weeks ago in
Doctor,
January.
you need to take a break and find out what the answer is?
Oh, I know the answer now.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. Did you ever put anything in writing until you spoke today where I could read that about the cash apps or anything inappropriate?
We shared it with our council.
Did you share it with me?
I didn't have any, I don't speak to you. I
You
didn't
didn't have
interact
any
with you.
exhibits? Look at the exhibits you got. Do you have any exhibits?
No.
So this is the first time I hear about it, right now. Is that correct?
And we're investigating it.
Oh,
So
you're
that's what,
investigating. Doctor, go to page 48. Are you there?
I'm here.
So these are the reasons you have decided to break the contract you had, Ms. Jones, so she can't be paid till June the 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How about object for questions?
It doesn't matter what you object to. I get to ask.
Okay.
These are the
I get to
reasons.
object to.
Okay, wait up, gentlemen. So, Scott states your objection. Mr. Richardson.
Also legal conclusions on the contract.
Mr. Ogles.
Well, you don't get to decide.
Well, I need to make a record here so the board can decide what they're going to consider or not. Your objection is that, or his objection is, it's a legal question as to whether a contract was breached. You want to respond?
It's not a legal question. He's a doctor. He's the one who's testifying.
Okay. Subject, you've heard the board, you've heard the objection as to a legal question. Dr. O, answer if you can. Question, I believe, was what's the reasons to break what Mr. Ogles considers a contract?
Well, you agree you breached the contract, correct?
Name
You want to subject every time, or just?
You asked that question.
I'm gonna ask again, you agree you breached that contract
Name of the,
on December the 8th, is that correct?
We gave her an option.
Doctor, yes or no?
you just answer the question.
You can answer answer my question first, and then go back and
All right.
answer yours.
He's trying to answer your
Okay.
question. Don't interrupt him.
I gave her an option that was due to me on December 8th. She did resign, but I also gave her directives of what not to do when we put her on administrative leave. And since she did not comply with what we gave her, what I gave her as directives in that personnel meeting that took place on December 1st, yes, she received a second letter that is outlined as a recommendation termination for her behavior that happened after that December 8th meeting.
So that's why we're here today. and
That's
what
why we're
happened
here
after
today.
December the 8th, is that correct?
Yes,
So why did you bring up everything in the world that happened before December the 1st?
because that was a pattern that led up to where we are today.
And the pattern led you to offer her the option of taking pay until June the 30th, is that correct?
With restrictions that she did not follow.
And these are
So
the oral restrictions you're talking about, the verbal restrictions.
the verbal restrictions that her superintendent gave her during a personnel meeting.
Her superintendent did or you did?
I'm her superintendent
All right, on December the 1st.
on December 1st.
And you did not memorialize them, I already talked about that. You did not put them in writing, is that correct?
Oh, I memorialized it. I memorialized it by stating to her during an official personnel meeting that these are the things that you should not do. So I gave her directives of what not to do.
Did you put it in writing?
I did not put it in writing, but I did state it to her verbally.
So you just can't say, yes, I did not put it in writing?
I just stated I did not put it in writing, but I did share it with her verbally.
Go back to page 48. So, we know that we had the December 11th incident. We know that you said that she was on a group text with teachers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did she ever, what else did she do wrong for you to, I guess your lawyer's going to object, but breach the contract?
Judge,
Or how about this, doctor, I'll make it easier for you, get out of the contract.
Judge,
Well, it's not a legal conclusion.
I disagree.
So, doctor, what is your reasoning to not, tell the board, what is your reasoning not to follow the December the 8th resignation agreement? You will agree it's an agreement, correct?
Subject to your objection, answer. Begin.
You will agree December the 8th is agreement between Ms. Jones and the Jacksonville School District.
I think we filed this deal.
We received her resignation on December 8th. But with that resignation, there were stipulations that were made to her. And if you read on page 49, number 6 and number 7, led to where we are today, and including number 8.
All right, so doctor, number, on page 47, you set out your reasons. You mentioned the December the 11th meetings that she attended. Is that correct? On page paragraph 2? You
Yes.
see paragraph 2?
I can see it.
Is that right? Am I summarizing that correctly? You used December the 11th as one of the reasons. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay, one of the reasons to what, doctor?
Excuse me?
What are you trying to do with this letter, December 27th?
I stated in the letter dated Monday, December 22nd, the reason for my recommendation of termination to her contract for the remainder of this 2025-26 school year. The numbered items were the reasons that I recommended the termination to our board. And I outlined, as you just pointed out, number 2, that the December 11, 2025 meeting was set as an opportunity for our parents to express their concerns, not for our principal, who we put on administrative leave, to take the microphone and redirect the entire conversation and the entire objective that we had set out for our parents. Our parents had concerns, and our objective as superintendent and as our board was to make sure we provided a platform for our parents to share any disagreements, any major concerns, so that we could actually respond to them and then carry out next steps and make adjustments based upon their feedback. Principal Jones took that opportunity at the very end of the board, of that meeting, and took that as a personal platform to defend her situation and her circumstances, as if we, superintendent and the board, have mistreated her and silenced her and told her what to do and not to do. She even went back as far as saying, we told her not to talk to parents. That was not true. When we first met with parents about the incident that happened with the custodian, we had a script for the parents of the students who were impacted. These are the things that we need to make sure in detail to these parents. She utilized that in saying to the parents in the December 11th meeting that we told her not to talk to parents. That's a false statement. We told her that we needed to have a script and we need to have the same message for our parents when we talk to the parents of the students who were impacted by the situation. She did not, and the only time that she was told not to talk to the parents at that point was when I met with her December 1st and put her on administrative leave. She painted a false picture from the school district administration standpoint and a false picture from the board of direction to support her platform and to redirect that entire environment and atmosphere at that meeting with our Biomeda parents. And that's why it's outlined in this letter dated Monday, December 22nd of 25.
So you're saying she had no right to speak, is that correct?
It was insubordination because she was told not to.
And insubordination is based upon your directive to her on December the 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you say on paragraph 3 that one of the reasons that you're terminating her is because of her husband and father, is that correct?
It's not one of the reasons, but because of her actions, that's what caused these things to happen. She was given the opportunity to come and collect her items. The communication that took place between Mrs. Jones and our attorney, Mr. Richardson, was to create an opportunity for her to come and collect her belongings. She did not show up. The first person that in fact, she was working with our custodians. She was communicating with our custodians who currently work for the school district on collecting her items, which is also insubordination because she was told not to speak to any of our staff members, but she had them collecting her items and putting them in a certain location. Hence the reason why Dr. Walker and some of the other school staff started to look at the items and realize a lot of those items were purchased by school district funds, such as the pink chair. And so, and then we, so then to show up, her family member shows up, and as Dr. Walker was instructing our staff members to take out items that she knew was part of our own district policy, that's when her family members started to make crude comments and actually chased her, walked her down in the school, and Dr. Walker had to shut herself behind a locked door because of this. If we had not had this type of relationship, if this type of dialogue had not taken place, one of my district administrators would not have had to have locked herself behind a locked door on this day when she was supposed to be picking up her items that we had secured in a certain location.
Do you blame my client for that?
They're her family members.
Oh, do you, answer my question, do you blame her for that?
I will say I believe she has a role in it
Okay. What evidence do you have?
because they were close family members.
That's the only reason?
You asked my opinion? Yes.
Okay. So, go to page 49. Are these all the reasons on page 49 that you have decided to terminate her?
Not just on 49, I would say 48, 49, and 50.
And those are the reasons?
Yes, sir?
All right, so, other than the December 11th staff meeting, December 11th meeting at Bio Metro, and the school text, teacher text change she's still on, what else did she do to violate your directive, your oral directive?
Failure to return district property when requested, and the back and forth unprofessional emails that we received when trying to retrieve those those district-owned items as well.
Is that it?
Those items that I just mentioned, plus the others that we've mentioned during our course of discourse.
What are the others we just mentioned? Because all I know is
Well,
you listed here on page 47, 48, 40,
yeah. Well, what we just discussed was that it was the list of items on page 48, 49, and 50. So 1 through 8 are the reasons that are outlined in this recommendation for termination for the contract for the remainder of the 25-26 school year.
Are you aware that one of the pink chairs was hers?
On the video, all we saw was one pink chair, and that's the pink chair that aligns with the purchase order that we have on file.
But you have everything right now, don't you? That's in this letter here, starting on page 48. You have all this stuff, don't you?
Well, honestly, we're still looking for things that we've purchased based on the PO. We're still looking for things in the school that we have not been relocated, that haven't been able to relocate. So, but I'm not sure which part of this letter that you're referencing that we still have.
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I mean,
In your letter, it says that,
well, you asked, your question was if we have received everything that's in this letter that that we've requested, and I was just trying to check for clarification on which items you were speaking of. If you're speaking of number 8, we do now have the cell phone and the tablet, which was sitting on the top of the trash can outside of the school, and we now do. And at that time, when she received this letter, that was the refusal of returning the laptop, but we have now secured the laptop.
so you have everything mentioned in this letter on paragraph 8 you have. Is that correct?
In paragraph 8, that's correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, any redirect? Mr. Richardson?
I don't think that mic's on.
What?
Dr. Owa? I think you mentioned that Ms. Jones has been with you in meetings before where employees were placed on administrative leave, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Can you give the board a sense of how often that's happened over the years?
Since I've been back as Superintendent 21, that has happened several times.
The instructions that you gave Ms. Jones when you placed her on administrative leave, were those consistent with the instructions given to those other employees when they were put on administrative leave?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Has that been a consistent practice of the district in your tenure?
It's been consistent with all of our employees that we put on administrative leave,
Including the ones that Ms. Jones was present when they were put on administrative leave, correct?
including the employees that Mrs. Jones has recommended for termination or recommended for any type of sanction where it caused us to place an employee on administrative leave. Yes, sir.
If you're not working in a school, you're on administrative leave, is that right?
If we put you on administrative leave, you're on administrative leave with pay.
Right. If you're not on administrative leave, then you're working in a school, right?
If you're on administrative leave, you're working at home.
Right, but if you're not,
I mean, you,
there's two
oh,
options.
yeah, if you, I misunderstand,
There's two
yes.
options.
If you're not on administrative leave, you're working, yes, sorry.
If you're on administrative leave, are you still subject to the district policies and procedures?
You are, because you're still an employee of the school district.
Are those written?
Yes, sir.
Are you still subject to all the ethical requirements of certified employees?
All ethical and all policies.
That's
All right. Board, Dr. O will not join you in executive session, so if you have any questions for him, you need to ask them now. Any questions from the board? Thank you, Dr. O.
I have one more question.
Is it from something he raised?
Yeah.
All right.
What's the definition of administrative leave?
Administrative leave is when we put a staff member pending an investigation, remove them from the work environment, and they are subject to be at home until further notice with pay and benefits intact while we're investigating the situation.
Is all that in writing?
I do not have the policy in front of me, but
You said while you were investigating the situation, were you still investigating the situation after she gave you her agreement on December the 8th?
not her particular situation, just because, and she asked that question, and I explained to her, with her circumstances, we were putting her on administrative leave pending her resignation on June 30th of 26. So she was still an employee of the district, and she had acknowledged that she was still an employee of the district because she felt like she could still be reinstated to her position at any time.
Do you think it would have been easier if you'd had all this in writing or sent her an email memorializing them, your directive?
Madam Jack, I have one question.
Answer the question, would it have been easier to put it in writing?
It could have been.
Okay. Any more, Mr. Ogles? Ms. Richardson, your witness, go last.
No.
All right, you're done, Mr. Ogles, thank you. Let's do a break, and then, Ms. Richardson, do you know if you have any more witnesses?
I do not.
Okay, so we'll break for 10 minutes, and then Mr. Ogles will start with your presentation. 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 8:20.
I show up late today, so I have to sit back. Here. I'm late.
Hey, Freddie.
I show up late to things, so I have to set them up.
I don't think they understand the
It'll come. Always does.
I don't know.
Who's so pleased? Is that down there about People's Brook? How are you? Don't give up them. Don't give up the hot tamale. If I ain't one of them, then I'll go home. Oh. You can jump into our back end with them. She's OCD.
I haven't got one to go past a year yet. No, though, girl. I'm gonna start off dim and they get bright and then so this one is one of those They say 13 years. I don't believe it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you ever buy anything out at Best Buy, make a copy of that receipt and see if it is because their receipts fade.
There's a reason for that.
Yep.
soft white. I like the color of it, it's a lot better. I went through the other two first, I bought one, and that's horrible. So I figured out soft white. And, they don't, you know, I don't keep yeah, I know I've changed some of I'm taking bulls. You're taking 4 bulls and you're
Is it average? That means the longest one.
so 26 years. I understand.
Yeah, right.
I
All
know how
right,
to
we're
work
back.
an average. I think they mean out of that whole pack
The
of bulls.
administration has rested its case, and it's time for the employee to present. Mr. Owens, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Ready? State your name.
Lindsay Jones.
Okay. Get your exhibits out. And let's go to page.
Are you in your package?
Yeah. Yeah,
All right,
I'm
board.
fine. I'm using my packet, everybody.
Yep. Y'all have a packet, it's the manila folder.
And they're numbered. So,
Ms. Lee, you need one?
I got an extra. So what is page 1?
Page 1 discusses the meeting that I was called into on December 1st.
Who was in that meeting?
Dr. Owa, myself, Ms. Erica Logan, and Brandon Williams.
Okay, and, tell me, you heard Dr. Owen testify. Tell me, your understanding of what happened in that meeting.
So I thought I was going to the meeting for personnel issues based on the notification of the meeting. But when I arrived at the meeting after discussion, I was given 2 options. One was a recommendation for termination and the option to resign effective June 30th, 2026.
And what were the conditions?
The conditions that were stated were that I was not to go to Viamita, I was not to communicate with staff or parents until a decision was made
And when did you make the decision?
on December 8th.
You know, I had you state your name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so on December the 8th, what did you decide to do? Look at number 2.
On December 8th, I made the decision to resign effective June 30th, 2026.
And what was your understanding if you resigned effective June 30th of 2026, what would happen?
That I would remain on contract on administrative leave until June 30th, 2026.
And be paid?
Yes, sir.
Were you under the understanding that you had restrictions?
Not after a decision had been made.
And that was your understanding from the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So go to page 4. Okay. And are these reasons that were given you on December 22nd?
I received it on the 29th, but yes.
You received these on December 29th?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you discovered they were going to not pay you, they wanted to terminate your contract, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so look at paragraph 1.
Mhm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of paragraph 1, what they're trying to say you did wrong? What is your response to that?
What I understood from that is that he was moving to termination because I chose to resign, and he instructed me that while on administrative leave, you remained an employee of the district and were not to go to the school, contact staff, or contact parents. But that's not what was stated on the on the 1st.
And was it your understanding that from the fire, what was your understanding about not contacting anybody on the school or going on the school property between December 1st and December the 8th?
That I was not to do that until after a decision had been made.
After a decision was made, what was your understanding?
There were no terms.
Did you ever receive an email or a written letter telling you specifically what you could or could not do?
I did not.
The only time you received restrictions was on December the 1st?
Yes, I asked for a copy of the administrative leave policy, and I received an email back that our district does not have an administrative leave policy.
So you did ask for it?
Yes, sir.
Look at paragraph 2. What is your response to that? He said you do not have children attending vital metro.
My child, who is school age, did attend there until he aged out. Also, in public comments at every board meeting, it's stated that to speak at a board meeting, you have to be an employee, live within the district, or have students that attend there.
And that was your understanding of why you went?
That, and I had been contacted by some parents to attend the meeting. However, I did not have any communication with them until after December 8th.
Okay. So, turn to page 5. Look at number 4. Is that a true statement? Read it.
At the December 11th, 2025 meeting, you stated that district administration prohibited you from communicating with Viameda Elementary School parents in October. This is untrue.
What is your response to that?
That this statement made for number 4 is actually untrue.
Okay. And go to page 8.
Yes, sir.
Explain to me how page 8 links up paragraph 4 on page 5.
Page 8 is the script/talking points that were emailed to me on October 17th from Chisa Williams to use when talking to the victims' parents. Before the meeting started, Mr. Lester noted that we would follow this script. We would not give timelines or any additional information to anyone until the investigation was over.
So, what is your response now from reading that in regard to paragraph 4 to
So
the meeting on
paragraph-
December 11th?
So paragraph 4 says, at the December 11th meeting, you stated that district administration prohibited you from communicating with Viameda Elementary School parents in October. And on October 17th, that statement was made, that I was not to speak with any parents regarding the situation until the investigation was complete.
So that's why you said what you said.
Yes, sir.
Look at paragraph 5 on page 5.
Uh-huh.
What's your response to that?
So do we need to read that paragraph?
Well, yeah. read it.
Okay. Near the end of the meeting, you accompanied a parent of one of the affected students to the microphone. It appeared as if you had encouraged her to speak. She stated her concern that staff complained about Mr. Butchhart's conduct, but that it was not reported to authorities until a week later. You nodded along in agreement with those statements. Staff reported Mr. Butchhart's inappropriate behavior to you on October 8th. You made the decision to take no action on that report. On October 16th, 2025, for the first time, you notified district administration of Mr. Butchhart's inappropriate behavior. That day, at my direction, he was placed on administrative leave. You were directed to report his behavior to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, and you were directed to report his behavior to the Child Maltreatment Hotline. By your actions, you fostered the false impression your actions did not contribute to the delay in reporting.
All right. So this is what they want to blame everything on you.
Yes, sir.
This is your chance to tell them what really happened
So-
in regard to paragraph 5.
Okay, so at the end of, near the end of the meeting, when the meeting started and the list of speakers was presented, Mr. Gray asked me if I wanted to speak 5th, because that's where I was in line to speak, or since more more parents had signed up to speak after me if I wanted to wait until the end. And I said I would wait until the end. When it became the end, I was asked to bring the sheet with the parents' signatures up to the table. I was supposed to be next to talk, but there was a parent standing there writing her name there. So I asked her, do you want to speak? Do you want to write your name on the list? To which she said, yes, but I'm nervous. And so I said, do you want me to speak first? Or would you like to speak first? And she said that she would like to speak first. This was a parent that I was familiar with. And I said, I can stand beside you. I had no idea what she was going to say. I stood beside her at her request.
He also talked about what happened on October the 8th, so let's just dive into it and tell us your understanding of what happened starting October the 8th.
Okay, so on October 8th, when we read the statements, and I have apologized, we've discussed, but on October 8th, a teacher and a para came into a meeting that I was in, Mr. Williams was in. We had just arrived back to school from this expulsion hearing. There were several things going on, several kids waiting on us. The teacher and a para came into the office where we were amongst all of the kids, and the teacher stated, I do not like the way one of the male employees is hugging one of my students. And then she showed me that the male employee had his hand around her stomach. And she did that on me. And I asked her, is this something that you would like for us to review on the video? You're a mandated reporter. If you feel like a report needs to be made, we'll look it up, we'll review the situation. You need to make a mandated report. She said, I think maybe he knows her, maybe there's more to the story. I'm unsure. I think that I'm making this into something that it's not. And I said, you are a mandated reporter. I looked at the para that was beside her, and I said, are you here with her, or do you have something else that you needed? And she said, I am with her. And I said, do you have a concern? And she said, I do not. And I said, did you see what she's talking about? And she said, I did. And I said, but you do not have a concern. And she said, no, I do not have a concern. Those kids hug everybody in there. So at that point, I said, you are mandated reporters. You need to make a report. If you feel that a report needs to be made, you need to make a report.
What happened next?
So what happened next?
Well, you said you made the decision to take no action on that report.
Right, I did not make a decision to take no action, and as I stated, when she reported this, we did up more presence in the cafeteria. There's not ever been a time in our cafeteria where custodial staff was expected to monitor the students. That's what's been stated, but that's not ever been the story. But in an effort to be proactive and to ensure that we were aware of everything going on in the building at all times, we beefed up the number of times that we were in there, the amount of time we spent in there. We had a rotating schedule of certified and classified mini paras who would rotate in and out of the cafeteria when they did not have students. This has been the practice for several years at Iamega. I received the picture.
When did you receive the picture?
So, according to my phone, when I had the picture, it was October 12th.
Okay, what happened?
Well, I saw the picture. October 12th was a Sunday. So, on Monday, pulled back, reviewed footage, and what was in the picture was a still shot of something that happened for less than half a second. In the actual video, the child in question raised her hands when Mr. Bitchart walked by, and he took her hands when she raised them, and she pulled his hands around her shoulders in a hug, and then removed his hands from her. The picture in question was taken at the moment that his hands were at her neck. But the picture was a still shot of a half a second interaction.
So what happened next?
So,
What did you decide to do after seeing that?
so after seeing that, because this is an employee who we have never had a complaint about at all, the teacher herself on the 8th stated that she thought she was making this something that it wasn't. We reviewed video footage constantly at cafeteria.
Who's we?
Mr. Williams and I.
Okay.
We had our video footage constantly running because while we were in the cafeteria as often as possible, there were times that we would have behavior situations or team meetings that would prevent us both from always being in the cafeteria. So there was a schedule, but we were not on it because we were in there anytime that we could be in there.
All right. What happened next?
We heard nothing else between the 12th and the 16th.
What happened on the 16th?
On the 16th, that after lunchtime, we were in multiple meetings that day, both of us in different meetings, and Mr. Williams and I mean both in different meetings. And the incident referred to on the 16th by the teacher, she became very alarmed. We did not know that she had come to get us. The counselor was also in the meeting, which is when she went to Officer Carlisle. When we came out of our meetings, I was the first one. Officer Carlisle came to me and he said to me that the teacher had a serious concern. He had witnessed it and I needed to go see her immediately. So I had a student with me. We were on a phone call with a parent about a bus. I had the student with me. I said, I'm going to drop this student off in class and walk straight to the teacher and talk to her right now. When I walked down there, the bell rang for dismissal. And I said, can we meet now in your classroom? I know you need to talk to me today. And she said, no, I'm gonna go do duty real fast and I'm going to come back to see you. Don't leave until you talk to me. So we waited. At approximately 3:40 in the afternoon, the teacher came back. She told us what happened. We immediately, Mr. Williams, as she was talking, pulled up the video footage of that day. He turned the screen around to me, and I looked at the teacher and I said, you must make a report. I'm going to call Mrs. Logan so that I can determine next steps.
That's what happened on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay, what happened next?
So, you want the conversation?
Sure.
Okay, so we know the teacher about 3:40. At 4:01, I contacted Mrs. Logan, told her that we had a situation, and I told her about the situation. We were on the phone from 4:01 until 4:08. At the end of that, she stated that she was going to get Mr. Lester and Mr. Walker, Dr. Walker, I'm sorry, Mr. Lester and Dr. Walker, and she was going to have them come in and she was going to call me back. At 4:38, she called me back, and they were in the room along with Officer Olin. And at that point, they asked me, had a report been made, a DHS report? My answer at that point was no, not because a report had not been made, but because we were in the process of making the report at that time. Then it was stated by Officer Olin that I needed to make a criminal report. And I asked him, I said, yes, who do I make the criminal report to? Arkansas State Police or the Sheriff's Department? And he said to make it with the Sheriff's Department. I said, okay. And he said, would you like for me to contact the Sheriff's Department for you? And I said, just to call them? He said, yes. I said, I can make that phone call. So I contacted the Sheriff's Department. It was fair time, and all of the officers were at the fair. And it took me about 45 minutes to get a hold of the officer. I had to call 3 or 4 different numbers. And then it took them a little over an hour to arrive at Miami. During that time, we began, Mr. Weems and I, while the teacher was making the report, began downloading footage starting with October 16th, because that was the day she had made the report. So it was stated that the dates kept changing on the timeline, but the dates on the timelines were changing because I was adding video. It was a Google Doc that you could see in real time, and I started with the date and added rows above and below as we were putting videos in there and information in there.
So, in your opinion, in your belief, did you do everything right, the right way?
I believe that I did everything right with the best intentions,
Okay.
yes.
Look at his last sentence in paragraph 5, where he says, by your actions, you fostered a false impression. Your actions did not contribute to the delay in reporting. Did you do anything to delay the reporting?
No, sir.
Paragraph 6, he says that you undermined the district administration with the staff at Bio Metro. Did you undermine the district administration at Bio Metro?
No, sir.
And just because when you went and spoke?
I believe so.
Okay. So you gotta explain why you went there, correct, on December 11th?
I went there because I had been contacted by parents and by staff members, but the notification of the meeting was not sent out until December 10th. So the parents and the staff members did not start contacting me to come until December 10th.
And he said that you were on a text string with other teachers. What's that about?
So I'm not sure. We had a group me that we used for communication with the staff. Because I was told not to speak to staff until after a decision was made, I did not use the group me after December 1st. On December 8th, I deleted the group me.
But you believe, in your mind, after December the 8th, it was okay, the actions you took, it was okay to do it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Because in the meeting on December 1st, he stated that I cannot go to the school, talk to parents, or talk to staff until a decision was made.
If he had given you something in writing, or if you understood what he was saying in the December the 1st meeting differently, would you have complied with his
Absolutely.
restrictions?
Yes, sir.
You just didn't understand that's what it was. Is that correct?
Well, that's not what he stated. So.
I understand. We're gonna listen to it in a minute. But
Okay.
my point is, if there's any way you misunderstood, or if he had given you a written document or an email saying, hey, you can't do this, this, and this, you would have, you gotta say yes. You would have
Yes.
complied. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So paragraph 7, he said you caused tensions in the meeting. Do you know what he's talking about there?
I don't. Paragraph.
You don't know what he's talking about?
I do not.
Okay. That's fine. What about paragraph 8? What about all the property? Did you return everything?
I
Tell
returned.
us about that.
Yes, I returned everything on December. There were ongoing emails. You have those emails between Mr. Richardson and I.
And that's the attorney over there, right?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what your understanding was about the property.
So I had set up to pick up my belongings on the 19th. I had let them know that I had a truck just to let me know when to get my items. It was mentioned spoke with the custodian after December 8th, when I had the date of when I was able to pick up my things. He agreed to help out after hours because I was not going to come to the school. Prior to the 19th, I had provided a list of items to Mr. Richardson that were my personal items. I don't know why the POs were not looked at before that. In reference to the pink chair, there are in fact 2 pink office chairs. One was mine, one belonged to a teacher. I don't know how the PO was coded. I just know that one is at the school or the left.
What about this cash app that you talked about?
So this Cash App was, it was not something new. It was not something that they were unaware of. This started when we moved into the new building in August of 2024. We had a snack room, and we used the Cash App money. I never touched the money. Yes, we had a Cash App per teacher's request. It was a snack room where teachers would put,
Who was aware of the cash app?
well, there was signs on the refrigerator, outside of the door, and on the money box, that if you did not have cash and you wanted snacks, that you could use the Cash App. Everybody who was in there knew about the Cash App.
Did your superintendent know about the cash app?
He was in the room and the signs were posted since August of 2024. He also received and got snacks from the snack room.
Okay. Turn to page 7. What is page 7?
So page 7 is the communication that was sent out. I believe, I'm not sure who sent it out, but discussing it was a notification of the parent meeting that was going to be held on December 10th.
This will be held on December 10th or 11th?
I'm sorry, it went out on the 10th, the meeting was on the 11th, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So this is why you went to the meeting?
Well,
One of
after,
the reasons?
yes, well, after this notification went out is when I started getting calls requesting that I come to the meeting.
Okay. Go to page 10.
Okay?
Now, we're getting ready to get to the audio. But page 10 is when you were given your 2 options, correct?
Correct,
And you told him you wanted time to think about it.
yes,
So he told you, you had to know something by December the 8th, is that correct?
yes.
And when you left that meeting on December the 1st, what was your understanding in your mind if you signed the resignation letter where you could be paid? What was your understanding in your mind?
Leaving that meeting, my understanding was that if I signed the resignation letter, that I would remain on contract, full benefits, until June 30th, 2026, or until I found other employment. I was also under the impression that I could not speak to students or to parents, staff, or go to the school until after a decision had been made per the meeting.
That was your understanding?
Yes,
Okay. And you complied with that, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, let's listen to the audio. Go to page 13. Did you do a transcript of the audio?
Yes, because I recorded the audio if there was a transcript
And did you listen to it, the audio?
multiple times, yes, I did.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. You want to put this microphone to it, okay?
I am, but my phone, my computer does not have internet, so I'm going to have to hook it up real fast. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Play it off the mic.
If I can.
See if they can hear it. This is the December the 1st meeting, correct?
Yes, now on my phone, it's gonna be a little bit harder to move through the timing, but yes.
Dr. Owen, didn't you say it's like 24 minutes? 30? Do you want to, are you just wanting to get the part out about
No, I want you to listen to it.
all 30 minutes?
You hear it?
And I wanted to make sure that I have this conversation with you on how serious it is and just where we go from here. Oh, I thought you were looking for something. I apologize. And so I got another statement from Mr. Stallmaker. Can you share what took place last week when he contacted you? He said he contacted you, asked for information, and you told him that you couldn't share anything with him.
I never spoke with Mr. Stallman.
So you didn't speak with anybody
Regarding
the vandalism to your building?
Mr. Stallman, or didn't call me.
He said he did, so did you speak to anybody about it?
Ms. Foster Carlisle called me, but not Mr. Stallman.
Turn to page 14.
So Mr. Stallmaker, he said he walked up to, he asked you if you recognized the person in the photo, and you stated you did not, and that you were not comfortable in answering any questions without your attorney or lawyer present. So I just wanted to ask about that, because that was just given to me today about.
So may I see that? I never spoke with Mr. Stallman. I'll check my messages.
This meeting is primarily about your direct supervisor and your interactions with her. Mrs. Jones, this is a small district, and so there's not too many people that I can change supervisors with or different roles. And so Dr. Walker is your supervisor, but it's been very evident over the past few weeks that working relationship, professional relationship is not repairable. So we have to have a discussion on where you go from here, because you have to have a supervisor and you have to have that support, but at this point, where do we go? And so when I look at the interactions from the past few meetings, just Dr. Walker sharing things, Dr. Walker also shared that she doesn't feel like the interaction can go on past for the rest of this year. I'm left to make a decision. What do I do? Do I try to find another supervisor, which again, we're too small to have that. And so I have some options that I could work. I'll be honest with you, because I've always told you from the very beginning that I would be straightforward. I received a recommendation for termination for you that should be going to the board next week at the board meeting. I'm holding on it, or I'm sitting on it until I've had the chance to talk to you to see where you think this position is going. I mean, this situation is going to go with you and Dr. Walker, because I could go ahead and move forward with this recommendation. I could put you on leave, because I do understand the number of years you put into this district, the work that you've done in the education, and I want you to be able to have a good career. You made that very clear to me on the phone when we had the other person with me. You did not want your professional career tarnished. I gotta have, this district has to operate for what's best for kids, and I can't have the leaders in the district going back and forth. And that's what I'm seeing and what I'm sensing, and even this last meeting that Dr. Walker had with you after the board meeting, and even during the board
Page
meeting,
15.
the board members, during the meeting, it was even
justification for termination based on what?
Based upon the interactions, just the tone, the demeanor of the communications that you shared with her, the repeated information or response that you don't trust her. It's not a professional working relationship. And so it's based upon those interactions that she stated, but also have been shared with the board members that are also, I mean, you called her out of her name.
I did not, no.
Or you admitted that.
No, I repeated something that I had said, but I asked for a meeting with you so that I could discuss my concerns with her. And I've asked for 3 different meetings with you to discuss my concerns. And each time you've not allowed that.
I've allowed it. I said she was going to be there because
Right.
you always ask if your witness can be there, and I always say if we're going to meet, and it's about your concerns with Dr. Walker is going to be in the meeting. So I've never refused to be in with you.
Right, but what my specific request was that I wanted to speak with you without her to go over my concerns. And I've never been allowed, I've never been given that opportunity. That's all I've ever asked for multiple times.
And I've given you the opportunity to meet with me.
Right, and that's what, and I heard you say that. But what I said was, and what my specific request was I would like to meet with you without her to discuss the concerns. But I wasn't given that opportunity to meet without her. The reason that I even said anything regarding calling her out of her name in front of her and at all, and I've not denied that, was because a whole lot happened in here one day and in that break room. And I tried to explain that stuff because that was a really big thing that now, at the time, I tried to talk to you about that. She was here. She denied an event happening. The event did happen. The event continues to be denied. Video evidence was altered and edited. I was trying to make clear, I know what happened, and this is why. So that's my concern.
That's how I found out what your concerns were originally in August, because you called and talked to me on the phone about that. And then that's when I went to get statements from Dr. Walker and Mr. Lester. And then I said, I emailed you all back and said we need to have a meeting to discuss these concerns.
Right.
And so I don't want it to appear that I kept denying meetings because
I'm not saying that you denied meetings. I'm saying I asked to speak with you without her present to go over the concerns. I'm not saying you denied me meetings.
But Ms. Jones, those were concerns. Why shouldn't we be able to have those as leaders, as professionals? Why shouldn't we be able to have those conversations with her present?
And that's a decision that you made. And so I came and I was part of that. But I would have never said that to her, had she not been present. But what I'm telling everybody happened, everybody is acting like it didn't happen, including videos being edited and then shown to forward. That's not okay.
Well, and what I shared with you, how I started this conversation was what's not okay is that you still chose to call her out of her name.
Okay.
And that was unprofessional. So how do we get past that? And that's where I'm having to decide on where do we go from here. And so do I move forward with the recommendation of termination? Do I put you on leave to give you the opportunity to make a decision? Where do we go? Because there's nowhere else for me to move. I can't move to another school because she supervises the schools and the principals. I can't move you to curriculum instruction because because she supervises. So how do I ensure that professionalism continues if I have two leaders and even in your letters to the board and to me and your statements, you don't trust Mr. Lester, Officer Oldham, you don't trust me, so who's left to
Okay,
supervise?
what is the answer when people are lying? What's the answer there?
Well, that's where we investigate, but that's why I'm going on based on what I've seen myself and what the statements, you and your statements have said, that you don't trust these people, you don't, and I've seen how the other Thursday night before before the Thanksgiving holiday, how you felt. You were very blatant or very upfront with how you felt about, and the question was asked, are you able to move forward? And you said, I don't know. That causes liability. If I can't have a principal working with his or her direct supervisor, and I don't know what response is going to happen, what interaction is going to happen, that's not a positive environment for our young people, for our staff members, for the district as a whole. So again, I'm telling you, I have two options really. Move forward with the recommendation of termination, or put you on leave so that you can find something else and not have that recommendation to deal with. But I am going to have to make a decision, and I need to make a decision soon because I can't have this back and forth. I can't have people not working together, being able to talk, being able to meet without having someone else being in there, without saying remarks about I don't trust you or y'all alter it. That we can't have that because then we lose the main focus of what's best for kids. So I've shared with you my two options, and I'll allow you to provide any feedback that you may. And if you need more time, I'm going to place you on administrative leave today, for sure. How long will determine on what your response to me is going to be by the deadline that I give you. And that's going to be Monday, December 8th. So I'm going to either move forward with the recommendation, or we are going to come to a consensus that administrative leave is what's best for you, and we can move forward. And I'll be honest, that's typically not how I operate. I usually move forward with a recommendation of termination and then let the board decide. But I also want you to understand that I heard your concern when you were on the phone with the other personnel situation, and Erica was there, about not harming your professional career, that you didn't. So I'm trying to work with you in this situation, but I do have to make a decision.
May I see the recommendation?
Not unless I'm giving it to you. Actually, I will give you a copy. I'll give you top one is the administrative leave form, and the second one is the recommendation for termination.
Page 18.
So you say if I choose leave, then, like, what investigation? Because the last investigation that was done, we still not,
Well, the administrative leave is just making sure that what next steps are going to be, because I need to be able to present to the board what the next steps are. So that's,
so you can leave and moving forward.
First, that would go on
Y'all ready?
You know,
Top of page 18 is Bravo's.
Top of page 18.
it's,
You said I had two options.
it's either I put you on administrative leave and give you the opportunity to not have a recommendation of termination on your file on record, because if I go forward with the recommendation of termination, that you don't get the, with the New Mars Act, you don't get the opportunity of having a closed hearing. It's open for everybody to be there. And so we would go through that process, or, and the board would make their decision, or you get the administrative leave and you have the opportunity. And I
That's what I'm still not sure of.
Next steps on how we move forward.
Page 19.
What are you reviewing though? Like, there's two options here, like, I can take the paid admin leave or not, but,
Well, in that sentence.
but what you're saying, like,
That sentence says this decision has been made to ensure a thorough review of the situation and maintain. Well, I should have said I've made a thorough review of the situation and to maintain the integrity of, this decision has been made to maintain the integrity of our education department.
but, that's not what this says. This says there's still a decision.
This decision has been made to ensure a thorough review of the situation to maintain the integrity of the educational environment. So you're putting, so depending on what you decide, you tell me, then I'm going to move forward and then everything will be presented to the board and they'll make a decision. But until then, you're on administrative leave.
So this will be corrected then.
Yeah, I can go correct it now. Yeah, that's fine. But, well, your staff is gone, so it should be fine.
So we're not gonna tell them about this?
Oh, but they're not gonna hear from me until.
So what does the next play look like for them? Like, what you would tell them?
They don't hear it because this is a personnel issue. They don't hear anything.
They're gonna wanna know, like, they're gonna wanna know where I
That's,
am.
that's not my decision.
So I can tell them this, is what I'm asking. Like, there's no reason why I can't tell them.
You shouldn't interact with the staff until the decision has been made. So you're on administrative leave, so
But off-duty personal devices, like, as friends, like,
that's still, you talking about district personnel issues. So no, not even on another device, not even personal, it should not, because then that's insubordination, actually.
well, I'll go get more things for today then. I'm not sure what I'm signing on this for, because usually, like, it would say, like, that you're signing that you've been notified, not that you agree. It
Well, that's
isn't,
just administrative leave, and it's paid administrative leave. So, I mean, you can write on there that you refuse to sign. That's fine.
is this my copy?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'm not gonna write anything, I just.
Okay. On page 20, you got page 20?
Yes.
Does he tell you you shouldn't interact with the staff until the decision's been made?
Yes.
And how did you take that? So you're on administrative leave. How did you take that statement?
So I took that statement that I had until December 8th to decide if I was going to accept the and move forward with the resignation or appeal the recommendation for termination. And I had until the 8th to
And
determine.
that's how you took that statement?
Yes, sir.
Go to page 19. Like, fourth from the bottom up. Read what he says.
You should not return there until a decision is made.
What did he say? Read the whole
Okay.
statement.
So because this is like downloaded directly from the transcript, the audio picks up weird, but I said like that means, so he says like that means your email, don't do anything. Like I just, that's correct. You should not have any interaction with the staff, students, or families at either. You should not return there until, and it says labor decision because of the way the transcript picked it up.
Maybe a later decision.
Later decision.
So that's on page 19, correct?
Yes.
So your understanding was until you made a decision up to December the 8th, you were not to contact anybody.
Yes, sir.
And after December the 8th, you believed that what you did was appropriate.
Yes, and I asked for the administrative leave policy so I could review and was told that there was, send an email that there was not one.
You were told there was no administrative leave written policy, is that
Yes.
correct? So, anything else you want to respond to, what not to testify to? About to wrap up here, that's what I'm asking.
I just want to say that despite the times that I was told that an investigation had been taking place, I was never actually given an opportunity to speak or to talk. So in the audio, when I refer to the mistrust, that stemmed from situation that occurred in July, where my supervisor, Dr. Walker, and Mr. Lester blindsided blindsided me with a meeting telling me that a security officer was coming back to my building. And in that meeting, yes, I made a statement that we felt that he was unsafe. And there was one statement where I said a grandparent had filed a DHS report. I want to be very clear to say that the counselor investigated this specific situation. The grandmother came to the counselor. She investigated. She reported back that to the grandmother that the child had not told her anything concerning, and asked her if she wanted her to ask more questions. And the grandmother said, "No, I will take it from here and I will make a report to DHS." I personally had no knowledge of any of that situation because the conversation was between the grandmother and my counselor. So I became very frustrated when I found out that this officer was coming back because there had been some very serious allegations made by staff members. Those allegations were adult concerns, not concerns with students. So when I found out through the meeting, because when the meeting started, prior to the meeting, Officer Oldham had told me that he would not be back. The meeting started with a reading of an email stating that the Sheriff's Department would not work with BIMEDA under current administration. I was unaware that there had ever been a problem with me in the Sheriff's Department necessarily. We did have a situation in May with the security guard, with the sheriff's officer. I did ask him to leave the office. He was very disrespectful. He was very rude. He was very condescending. The school resource officer, Officer Carlisle, was present for that. That situation was reported to Officer Oldham and Mr. Lester. Dr. Walker was aware that afternoon. Fast forward all summer long, I was told that this person was not coming back to the building by Officer Oldham. On July 29th, I received an email from Dr. Walker about an SRO placement meeting. When we got to that meeting, we were blindsided, to say the least, to find out that Dr. Walker said she had worked to repair the situation with the Sheriff's Department. Again, I never knew there was a problem with the Sheriff's Department. Then as the conversation went on, I was told that Walden would be coming back. I became frustrated. I did become upset. I asked to leave the room. I left the room the first time, came back. When I walked back into the room, I was told to look professional, get myself together, sit up straight in my chair, don't embarrass us. These are the things that Dr. Walker said to me. I continued to be frustrated. Then I was told that I needed to get it together quickly because they would be in the building in a minute. When I asked who they were, I was told that they were the Sheriff's Department representatives, including Walden. At this point, I became very, very upset. I asked to leave the room again. When I got up and tried to leave, Dr. Walker stood in front of the door. She put her hand in front of the door so that I could not leave. She told me that I needed to settle down and get myself together. Mr. Williams walked up behind me. she looked at Mr. Weems and she told Mr. Weems that he needed to get me together, calm me down, and not allow me to go to the front of the building where they were so that I did not embarrass anybody. We stated that we had never embarrassed, like I had never embarrassed anybody, like I knew how to remain professional in those settings. We walked in, once Dr. Walker removed her hands from the door, and I walked into the lounge. She followed Mr. Weems and I in there. She continued to tell me to settle down. I continued to get upset. She left after, I'm not really sure how long. She left that room. I was visibly upset. I was shaking. I was angry. She had told Mr. Weems to calm me down. There was a camera with audio in the break room. We walked into the lounge bathroom together so that I could calm down. After being in there for, I'm not sure how long, Mr. Lester hit the door, walked into the bathroom, stood in front of the door. I was up against one wall. Mr. Weems was up against the sink. Mr. Lester was in front of the bathroom door so that I could not exit. He began telling me to calm down, that if I would just be quiet, if I would just settle down, that they would hang themselves. I asked if there was a memorandum of understanding or anything between the sheriff's department and us, because I had never seen one, so I did not know what the relationship was necessarily. I was told not to ask that. Mr. Lester continued to get more and more angry. He was pointing in my face and he was yelling. And at that point, I did say, I am going to tell you, like I told that bitch, get your finger out of my face and stop yelling at me. I was very angry.
So that's what that's about.
That is what that is about.
So when they go back in there and meet, what are you asking for? Are you asking for the contract to be reaffirmed?
Yes.
You be paid through June the 30th?
Yes,
Is
I am.
that it?
That's all I want. I just want the contract that was signed on December 8th to remain in effect as stated originally.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Richardson.
You said the text messages was, sound like I'm yelling.
Let's do like we did with Dr. Ola. If Ms. Jones will come up here and sit, and we'll use the mic.
All right, the text messages that we heard about was a group me chat, is that right?
I'm not sure which text messages you
Can y'all hear her?
Okay, you had a group me, chat with your staff, is that right?
I did, yes.
You deleted that on December the 8th, is that right?
I did.
You have the administration exhibit packet in front of you?
I do.
No, she has, you don't have theirs, do you?
I do.
Do you have both?
I have both.
Turn to page 17. You recognize this is the statement from the teacher who reported Mr. Butchardt's behavior?
I do.
She says about a third of the way down, I spoke to Ms. Jones on Wednesday, October 8, 2025, with another teacher. Are you with me?
I am.
Who was also noticing him inappropriately fond of a first grade female. That's what she reported to you, isn't it?
No,
So she's not telling the truth here, is that what you're telling the board?
I'm telling you, she never used those words. And this statement was written on October 17th. And what she wrote on October 17th and the details that she gave me on October 8th were not the same.
So you're saying, telling the board this teacher's lying when she said what she told you?
I'm telling you that what she told me and what she wrote are not the same thing.
And she says, I sent a photo to Ms. Jones on that Friday, right?
Correct.
But you said she sent this photo on a Sunday,
I said I received it on the 12th.
to be a Sunday?
The 12th is a Sunday.
So on the 8th, that was a Wednesday, right?
Yes.
She notifies you that he's inappropriately touching a student. She's concerned about it enough to raise it to you in the middle of a meeting, right?
What she said was,
No, ma'am, she's concerned about it enough.
Just answer the question
Well,
like
listen,
you did.
well, listen to the question that he's asked, and then answer that when he finishes. So, Richardson, ask your question.
She's just as much leeway as this witness.
And as long as she's answering the question, just like Owa did. Ask your question.
You answer your question.
Now, I'm gonna run this hearing, all right?
You're
John,
gonna treat her the same as
I
you
sure
treat
am.
him.
Let him ask the question, then she can give him an
That's why
answer.
you have a
Ask the
conflict.
question, Mr. Richardson.
She was concerned about it enough to raise it to you in the middle of a meeting, right?
that is inaccurate from what I said earlier.
After she raised it to you on that meeting, that day you didn't interview Mr. Bouchard, did you?
She brought the information to me. It was not a meeting. We
Ms.
were,
Jones, did you interview Mr.
I mean,
Bouchard
I'm gonna
on
object
that
to
day?
this. She gets to answer the question, just like he did. When I'd ask him a question, he would,
Well, I mean,
Simple yes or no question.
he interrupted her.
Did you interview Mr. Bouchard on the 8th?
no,
Did you interview any other staff on the 8th about his activities?
not on the 8th.
Did you interview any students about what he was doing on the 8th?
No,
On the 9th, did you interview Mr. Bouchard?
I did not ever interview him.
Did you interview any students on the 9th?
Yes, for multiple different things.
For multiple different things. Did you interview any students about Mr. Bouchard's contact with other students?
No,
Did you interview any other staff on the 9th about Mr. Bouchard's activities?
you're asking if I interviewed, and the answer is no. There were no interviews.
That'll be true all the way through the 16th, won't it?
If you question, and if your wording is interview, yes. May I make a statement?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, she can.
you're gonna get to come back, John, and ask her
But
anything
you
you
let him
want.
make statements.
No,
Yeah,
she,
you did.
hey.
He got up there and read a book when I asked him a question.
Did you object to it?
Amen.
No. Hey, listen, for the sake you get through this, let Richardson ask his questions the way he wants to ask them, and then you can come back and ask anything else you want.
You've been with Dr. Ola a number of times. Notice of termination meetings and putting employees on administrative leave, correct?
Yes,
In each of those meetings, they're told they're not allowed to contact staff or students while they're on leave, right?
not necessarily.
Well, that's the standard policy, isn't it?
I don't know. We don't have a policy.
When you place staff on administrative leave, they're no longer to come on school property, they're not to contact any other staff or students, isn't that right?
I cannot confirm that that has been stated at every meeting.
That's the general practice, isn't it?
General practice is not a policy. We don't have a policy per the email I received from Dr. Owa asking that question.
When you've been in these administrative leave meetings with staff that you recommended for termination, that's what's happened, right? They're not to come back on campus, are they?
I cannot say that is true for every meeting, no.
Because you don't know. You don't, in all these termination meetings you've been in, you don't know the directives that have been given to the staff about coming back on campus?
Well, you have to remember, under Dr. Owa, I have been only in 2. Prior to him, there were some.
Okay.
There's no standard policy. I asked for that.
Well, Dr. Duffy had the same approach, didn't he? Once people are put on administrative leave, not to come back to campus, are they?
I cannot speak to Dr. Duffy.
Okay, so you were in termination meetings with some other superintendent before Dr. Owa?
Correct.
Okay. That's all.
Members of the
What
board.
is the statement you
Let me
made?
get the members of the board, Ms. Charles, and then we'll come back to you. Members of the board, anything?
I have a question. Did you ever file a DHS report on this incident with the custodian?
I filed multiple DHS reports. On this custodian, I do not believe that I did prior to the 9th.
Regarding this incident? You-
Correct.
Okay. So we had a meeting on 11/20, is
You
that
are
right?
correct.
I don't remember, okay. That was a special board meeting,
Correct.
and in that meeting, did you tell the board that you filed your own DHS report regarding this incident?
I did not. I told the board that I filed DHS reports. I was asked specifically if I had made a report on him. On the day that I was told this, I have said multiple times, I was not told who the custodian was.
You didn't tell us that you made a report on the 10th or the 11th, and then I didn't ask you, why wasn't that in the timeline? You don't remember that?
I remember a lot of things from that meeting, yes. And I told you on that day that there was no name brought to me.
But you told the board that you had made a report about this custodian, and I asked you why you didn't put it in your timeline,
Okay.
and you said you did not know. And I also asked you why you didn't mention this to the administration at that time. Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
No, I don't have any other questions.
Board, anything else? Struggles?
What's that statement you would have made? You interrupted you.
I had a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. Let me go back to the board. I didn't realize there was another question. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jones, can you tell me what professionalism looks like with, your staff and how you expect for them to treat and respect you? Can you kind of describe that to me, please?
Absolutely, yes. Working with my staff, we were very close. We got to know each other very closely. We treated each other as a family. We were free to have upset. Teachers could be upset. Teachers could be frustrated. We created safe environments where teachers could convey their feelings, and they were supported. They were given time to calm down when they were upset. They were given time to talk through situations that upset them. Part of professionalism when investigations occurred, which happened all the time, we would ensure that we heard all sides of the parties, not just papers. We didn't just look at the written statements and paperwork, but we got statements from all parties involved to ensure that everybody felt safe and supported.
Okay. So my next part of my question is trust. Like, what if you had a staff member who repeatedly said that they didn't trust you?
And then I would work with that staff member to work to gain their trust. We would work through different situations. I would give them open opportunities to talk to me. If they were uncomfortable talking to me, they knew that there were other sources, there were other avenues that they could go to.
So what I'm hearing is that you and the teacher would collaborate together, so it'd be an effort on both parties to come to an understanding.
Yes,
Okay. So that means that both parties would have to, for lack of better words, put their pride to the side and work towards the better good.
yes. However, if
Okay.
there were
Thank you.
times,
Thank you, that was it, thank you.
Board, anything else? Any board? Okay, Mr. Ogles?
So you were wanting to finish your sentence about however?
which sentence? I have two I want to finish now.
What now?
I have two sentences I'd like to finish now.
Go ahead.
I would like to finish my statement that when situations arose where a staff member did not feel comfortable coming to me about something, they were always afforded the opportunity to speak with Mr. Weems, a school counselor, Dr. Walker, if they chose to do so. So that to me is also part of professionalism. You have to allow that open communication on all sides. That was the rest of what I wanted to say to answer your question.
And what was the other statement you wanted to finish?
I don't even remember what his question was now.
Well, we were talking about, he was asking you about why didn't you report it on the 8th?
Mhm.
So tell me that.
Right, as I stated, so on the 8th, you asked if she came into a meeting. There was not a meeting. She walked into a workroom where we had multiple students who were needing assistance. I was in there, Mr. Weems was in there, our school counselor was in there. She walked into a meeting with multiple kids present, and she demonstrated to me a hug around a child's waist. And she said, "I just don't like that." And I said, "And you are a mandated reporter. If you have a concern, you need to make a report. If I need to look something up or investigate, I need to do that. Let me know." She followed up with, "I think maybe he knows her outside of school. Maybe there's something else and I'm making a big deal out of this." And I said, "You're a mandated reporter. If you feel that a report needs to be made, you need to make a report." There was another employee with her. I looked at the employee beside her and I said, "Did you need something?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Are you with her?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Did you see the incident?" She said, "Yes." And I said, "Do you have a concern?" She said, "No." It was a hug, and everybody's hugging people in that cafeteria. Because if you've ever been in an elementary school cafeteria, you cannot walk through there without getting hugs. I reminded them again that they were mandated reporters. Someone asked earlier if I followed up on why she did or did not make a report. We in Arkansas are, yes, required to make a report when we have a concern. She stated that she did not have a concern. I reminded her that she is a mandated reporter. In addition, the law states, as I've understood it, that we can, as supervisors, we cannot prevent teachers from making reports. Also, they are not required to tell us when and if they do or disclose that information unless your school district has a policy that supersedes that. This school district does not. Our policy states that you may tell your supervisor if you choose.
You were also asked, did you interview students? It sounded like to me Let me back up. It sounded like to me you did do an interview of the teachers.
Yeah, yes.
You were also asked why you didn't interview students.
I did not interview students because at that point, the teacher did not have student concerns. But in addition, if there was an incident of maltreatment, I would not interview students. DHS would send people to do that if they found the report to be, if a reason for the report to be valid.
So everything we're talking about happened before December the 8th.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Scott,
Call up.
Mr. Richardson.
Turn to page 28 in the district packet, please.
What page?
28.
You created a timeline of events, correct?
Yes, sir.
The boxes that we see on page 28, these are your words, right?
Lady, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Top of the box says 10/8/25. You said at approximately 12:0 HB Cafe PG and MC. That's the two teachers that came to you, right?
Yes,
Reported to Jones that they had a concern with the way HB was hugging a female student in the cafeteria.
yes,
That's your description, right?
yes,
She said he hugged her from the back and put his hand on her stomach.
yes,
They were asked to provide statements and reminded that they were mandated reporters, and that if they were concerned, a report needed to be made.
yes,
That's your description of the incident, right?
Lady, yes. Yes.
yes.
That's all.
I would like to may I make one
Okay,
comment?
no question
Well,
on
John
that.
gets the last.
Go ahead.
So I want to say that if we're referring back to Mr. Gray's question, this report, this was written on the 16th, not the 8th. This was never intended to be the final report because I'm not an investigator. I'm an elementary school principal.
That's right, you're the principal who's in charge.
Wait a
Right,
second.
no.
I just wanna ask
And
you-
in
John,
charge of the students,
Mr.
right?
Richardson. hold on.
Nobody,
It's back to John. Everybody, all right. Scott, you-
nobody,
Hold on. You've rested, or you've released a witness. Now, John, ask your questions.
this timeline was prepared internally to assist the district. Nobody assisted Mr. Weems and I with the timeline. We started it on the 16th, and we were putting in information as we went, which is why the dates changed.
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. You're a witness, the last one to question.
Right.
Thank you, Nellie. You can go back to your seat.
I call Mr. Weems.
Mr. Williams, why don't you sit up here?
You didn't exist.
Y'all good? What, let's do a break. The board's needing a break. You want to try to do 5 minutes this time, or? Okay, 5, so you do need the 10? Well, let's be back at 10 o'clock sharp.
Well,
Running. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah. We played well. I helped with the track team with the track race. Josh. Before that, we played softball. Against each other. That's crazy. Yeah, Bubby say like giant. I'm 76. I keep him up to prove it. He don't even walk around the room. And Jason was up there too. Yeah. Joshua ran track and played football. Yeah. We used to run into each other. Probably didn't stop at his house. I know where he lives. Ring the door. Funny story on him. He was getting married. We got softball tournament. And we were in the championship game. He kept yelling, "Let's get this thing going. Church." Literally the last out of the meeting, he ran from the truck. Somebody else drove while he changed clothes. I said, "This marriage is not starting out real well." He's playing in the senior leagues. Yeah. A friend of ours. He was something else, or he is something else. Yeah. Is his brother still doing okay? Billy? Yeah. You probably umpired some of our games then. Yeah. Yeah. When I first got to college, I came back fast. But then we couldn't find enough pictures. Now our daughter, granddaughter is fast pitch. Sure sounds like junior college. Good to see you. That's what I think. I'm glad he did. Well, his condition fight for your kids. They're so small.
Okay, we ready, everybody? Board? Mr. Weems, you go ahead and take your seat. They're finding their way. Okay. All right, Mr. Holmes.
State your name, please.
Brandon Weems?
And were you present for the December the 1st meeting?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
The doctor?
Yes.
Tell us what you remember.
I remember walking into the meeting and Dr. Orr giving Ms. Jones two options to either resign or she would be up for a recommendation for termination.
Were there any restrictions? You heard the doctor testify. How do you remember it?
That she was not allowed, the only stipulations were she was not allowed to contact any staff or go on to the campus until a decision had been made.
And that's how you understood it when he said that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. No questions. Board, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. These are the people, the folks that signed up. I've got the list. I don't know where.
I got it, hang on a
Okay.
second. Here they are. Leslie Watkins, do you want to say anything? Do you want to? Sure. Leslie, do you want to say anything? Sure. Okay, what do you want to talk?
Just come up here, just so it's formal. And I'm assuming you prepare your remarks considered to be less than 3 minutes, because that's what the public comment was? Okay. So, are y'all good with just letting them read these? How do you,
Probably.
okay, keep it to 3 minutes and you can just read your statement, introduce yourself.
State your name first.
My name is Leslie Dietz Watkins.
Okay. You can go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay, so I'm going to read a letter tonight from a former coworker of Lindsay's who was unable to be here. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to express my concern over the removal of Principal Lindsay Dietz Jones. I have known Lindsay for over 20 years and have had the pleasure of working with her in the PCSSD school district. In my role as the district math coordinator, I had the privilege of working with her. She is a truly gifted educator. She excels in her academic knowledge of curriculum and continues to strive to learn new skills to better the learning environment of her students. She wants her students to succeed in all areas and engages each student in their learning. As a principal, she is respected by her staff, and parents are involved in the daily learning expectations of their children. Parental communication is one of her strongest attributes, and the success of her students and staff are evident in yearly academic data from test scores. She recognizes students for their daily successes, and throughout the year, students are encouraged to succeed. I would encourage the district to recognize their mistake of removing her from her employment and to do what is best for the district and her students. Her removal was unfair to her. Sincerely, Nancy L. Hall.
Thank you.
I now want to speak on Lindsay's work ethic and superior leadership skills. Lindsay has poured her heart and soul into this school district for 10 years. Prior to that, she actively participated in advocating for the JNPSD to become its own district. She built an incredible team of teachers and staff at Viameda, which were evident by the rising test scores and positive culture in the building. I can attest to the long hours Lindsay selflessly gave to this district. Many days she would get home after 6:30 p.m., sometimes as late as 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Lindsay frequently stayed until every student was picked up from school. I know of numerous times she would personally go find the parents of a child who was left at school, or she would wait with the child until DHS or a police officer were able to arrive and take the child to a safe place. These duties are not required, but they show Lindsay's true heart, character, and professionalism. Not only did she spend long hours working for the betterment of Viameda, but for the entire district. Last year, at the request of the superintendent, she worked after hours to develop plans of corrections for DHS for another school in the district. In 20 years of education administration, 10 of those being with JNPSD, Lindsay has never had any type of disciplinary action. To the school board. Per the Arkansas School Boards Association, one of your roles is to work constructively with the superintendent and to adopt and uphold appropriate policies and procedures that are consistent with the law for students, staff, parents, and volunteers. You failed Lindsay Jones, the staff at Viameda, and most importantly, the students, when you didn't thoroughly investigate the disciplinary action that was taken against her and mishandled the appeal she made. I urge you to do the right thing tonight, honor the initial contract that your superintendent proposed.
Right, you got another witness?
Come on, Beth, are you, thank you. Does Beth Younger want to testify? There you go. So, state your name.
My name is Beth Young.
Okay, you have something you want to say?
The timer started. My name is Beth Young, and I formerly served the community of Jacksonville as an educator for 6 years. I'm a Jacksonville community member, and both of my children attend Viameda Elementary. I am here as a character witness on behalf of Lindsay Jones, whom I've had the privilege of knowing for 6 years. During this time, she has served as my mentor, providing guidance, support, and leadership that have had a profound impact on both my personal and professional development. Lindsay is a person of exceptional integrity and strong moral character. Throughout our relationship, I have consistently observed her act with honesty, fairness, and accountability. She holds herself to high ethical standards and encourages others to do the same. Lindsay always places children first, others before herself, and never backs away from a hard task. As a mentor, Lindsay has demonstrated patience, wisdom, and genuine care for my growth. She invests time and effort into helping others succeed, offering thoughtful advice and constructive feedback, and her guidance has helped me develop confidence, resilience, and sound judgment. Without her, I would not be the leader I am today. Beyond professional mentorship, Lindsay exemplifies compassion and responsibility in all areas of life. She treats others with respect and dignity, regardless of circumstances, and consistently strives to make a positive difference in the lives of those around her. I firmly believe that Lindsay is a person of strong character who contributes positively to the community of Jacksonville. It is without hesitation that I offer her my full support.
Tanya, want us to talk? Tanya? Sorry about that.
It'll take me 3 minutes to get up there,
You
so
just
I'm
stay
gonna
right
just
here.
stay right here.
You sit in my
Good
chair.
right here.
You sit in my chair right here.
You can hear me. Trust me, you can hear me. 40 plus years in Jacksonville. 40 plus years in education. And I got a question. Actually, 2 or 3. Who does your background check? Is anybody gonna answer me?
No, ma'am, they're not going to answer. It's just your time to testify on behalf of Ms.
It's a
Jones.
good question. Who does your background check? Arkansas State Police Department. That's who did ours. I spent 40 years in Jacksonville. Who approves the final decision of a teacher, of an employee? You do. Not her. You do. Who knows if there's something wrong in the background check? The school board does. You should have somebody, you don't have an administrative policy? You don't, what do you expect her to do? Yeah, I speak my mind, but I'm retired now. But I also have been respected a lot in Jacksonville, and I love Jacksonville. And I love this community. And I love the Deets even more. Leslie played ball for me. Lindsay was my best cheerleader. Mike and Penny, some of the best parents you'll ever get. Got the best real estate company in Jacksonville. The most honest people, most Christian people. You laugh. You go ahead and you giggle.
You're personally attacking me now.
Oh, no, I'm
All
not.
right.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Did I call you by name?
Hey, ma'am, you just need to speak to the issue here tonight on behalf of Ms. Jones.
I said that because I went to work after I retired at Wilkinson Realty because of their honesty, their Christianity in the Deets family. And they're one of the best in Jacksonville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Virginia, you got, yes, sir. It's okay, can I just go there too? That's all right. My name's Regina Eubanks. I've lived in Jacksonville 65 years come next month. I'm a veteran teacher of 40 years, all in Jacksonville, with Pulaski County Special School District and Jacksonville North Pulaski School District. I can tell you, this is the greatest thing I've ever done in my life. When I had the opportunity to come back to teaching, when this beautiful lady right here offered me a position.
Ms. Eubanks, I paused your time. I think we turned the mic off.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna start all over on this.
Okay.
Because I'm loud anyway, I'm sure you heard me. I had the opportunity to come back. And the reason I came back is because I was gonna get to work under Lindsay Jones' administration. Because she's a first-class act. When I did a temporary interventionist job for her, just 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, that school was electric. The kids loved being there. Those teachers loved being there. And I said, if I ever had an opportunity to teach at this school, I would have never retired. And guess what? I didn't. I've been there 5 years back now because I love it so much. Because this lady is a true testament of living by the golden rule. To treat others the way she would want to be treated. And I'm talking about as a student, as a parent, and as a teacher. She makes it where you want to be there. And if you don't believe me, ask any kid at that school. They miss her. And Mr. Williams. We were a family. We were a tight family. We still are. But we're missing the key point. We're missing our leaders who made it that way. Our test scores, yes, they went up. Why? You're looking at her. Because she was the role model. She set the tone. She was the reason why all the teachers in Jacksonville and Pulaski wanted their kids. Guess where? Bymead Elementary. Some of you probably have children, and Central Office have children. Guess where you put your kids? Bymead Elementary. Guess why? Because of this lady right here. And I speak the truth. Just ask the teacher, the parents of the kids that are at Bymead Elementary. They're not zoned there. They were there because they knew Bymead was the place everybody wanted their kids to be. And that's fact. So I say to you, one of the biggest mistakes you ever made was letting her go. I know we have personal problems. All of us do. And sometimes we don't always necessarily like the people we have to work with. Guess what? That's life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Your last witness.
My name is Keith Boone. So I'm here just as a private citizen and a friend of the Dietz. I don't think I could say anything more than the powerful testimony of those that have said things before me. I think that most people who know the Dietz would say that they are people that have served their community. They have character, they have honesty, and they have the best interest of those that they interact with in mind. So I only ask that this decision be made with the ultimate fairness.
Thank you. All right. Do you rest? Okay. Before y'all make your closings, I'm predicting a question that the board may have. Let me start with you, Mr. Ogles. You ready? When you're referring to the contract, are you referring to the resignation retirement notice?
I am, page 2 of my exhibit.
And page 34?
Yeah.
Okay.
Theirs?
Yeah, page 34 of Mr. Richardson's.
Page 2 of mine.
So what's your position on that?
It's a contract. It's
Okay.
a binding contract. She hasn't done anything to break it, and they just realized that they want to get out of it. This is what they're doing.
Okay.
They can't raise anything what happened before December the 1st, because he agreed to this knowing everything that happened in the past. So it has to be something that's happened after December the 8th when she submitted this contract.
Be something that happened after December. So your position is this is binding for the district to pay her through June 30th of 26 unless something happened after December 8th?
No, it's binding. There's nothing that's happened that would create a breach of contract.
Okay.
It's like if you sell a house or you sell a car, you have a binding contract. You may have buyer's remorse, which I think is what he really has, but it's still binding.
Okay, so your position is this document is a binding contract between Ms. Jones and the district for her to be paid through June 30th of 26, and nothing has happened to terminate
That's absolutely right.
either party's obligations. Okay. Mr. Richardson, what's the administration's position as to this document?
Do we want to just move into closing statements?
No, I mean, I want to let you have a close, but I mean, that's a big question. And when the board asked me during deliberations, I want to they can hear it directly from y'all. How's that sound?
Okay, I mean,
You answer, and then you'll also get it close.
okay. So there was an agreement that she could resign, go on administrative leave, and be paid through June 30th. There were things that happened after that point that caused a change in that decision. That recommendation was made based on the deterioration of her relationship with Dr. Walker. Things happened after December the 1st to continue those problems. And things happened after December the 1st to cause problems for the school and board and the district. So primarily, I would disagree with Mr. Owen's suggestion that nothing happened after December the 1st. That's categorically untrue. And even if you were to view it as a contract, we only need cause to terminate the employment. She remained an employee subject to all the discipline policies and procedures of the district, subject to the ethical requirements of educators. So she remained a for-cause employee.
Okay. Mike's not on. One more thing. And I'm just trying to get clarity. So both of you raised some issues after her, really, I mean, this semester, let's say that, the stuff about money and stuff, but it was both raised, even Mr. Ogles kind of brought it up. Is that, but I mean, do you want the board to rely on any of that? I don't think that it was part of either one of your presentation, but it came up. What is your position on that?
So the Cash App issue will cause audit issues for the district that will have to be answered at some point. It is an additional consideration, but the primary considerations are the ones set out in the termination letter.
Okay. So board, it was, I mean, a lot gets brought up in hearings, but it sounds like that's like an ancillary thing and it's not part of the material reasons that the administration is putting forward?
It could be considered cause to terminate.
Okay, so it could be considered by the board?
Yes.
Yeah. And I guess, Mr. Ogles, your position would be nothing after this contract was provided would be considered?
Well, there's no evidence anything happened, what he's talking about now in the Cash App.
Okay.
If you go by his December 22nd letter, that's the only thing I can respond to, and we presented a pretty good explanation of what happened.
Did that clarify any of those procedural technical things for you? Okay. They're going to let the parties close, give a summary of their evidence. After that, board, you can go into executive session. I'll give your board president a document, and I'll go over that with you when they get finished with their closings, okay? All right, Mr. Richardson.
After December 8th, as I said, Ms. Jones continued to be a for-cause employee on administrative leave. It is not credible for her to come in and say, well, I thought I could contact, staff and students, come on campus, do whatever I wanted after December the 8th. That's simply not credible. It's never been the policy of the district. It's been the policy every time somebody's been put on administrative leave that they're to stay isolated from the district. The reason for that is clear. We don't want people who are unhappy with their employment situation to undermine district leadership, which is what continued to happen after December the 8th. Now, as for the incident with Mr. Bouchard, she was notified on the 8th. 2 teachers thought this was important enough. This was not a regular hug. It was a hug that caused 2 teachers to come to her and say, we have a problem. She admitted to you she did nothing about it until the following week, on the 16th, she was notified again. Most everything she's done since then has been to deflect from that central fact that she delayed notifying district administration of Mr. Bouchard's activities for that week. as you heard from that parent letter, there were additional, Mr. Bouchard was allowed to continue his activity during that week. That's part of what happened at that meeting on the 11th, was she was trying to deflect from the central failure here is I let this man continue for a week around students. The teachers had told me that he was a problem. Many of her actions have been to try and cast blame at other people for her own problems. Like you read the emails on the laptop and the devices, blames everybody else for, well, they all left, so I'm gonna leave this outside the school. It's got my personal information on that laptop, so I can't bring it in. Well, it's not your laptop. Mr. Ogles is going to talk to you about First Amendment rights and very high-minded ideals about people maintain their First Amendment rights. That's true for school district employees. But as their employees and as they speak in that capacity, which I think was confused on the night of the 11th for Ms. Jones, there are limits on that. You're not allowed to misrepresent things or provide misinformation to people. You're not allowed to be insubordinate to your superiors and maintain your job position. The things that we addressed in here, you're not allowed to create problems for your district in your school building with those teachers. I've never heard anybody deny that she contacted teachers after the 8th. She denies that she knew she couldn't, but why did she delete the group beyond the 8th? Because she knew she wasn't supposed to and she didn't need a record of it. In that recorded conversation with Dr. Owa from the first, you heard Dr. Owa say in there, tell Ms. Jones, I'm trying to work with you in this situation. I'm trying to preserve your history. We wouldn't have had to do any of this if she had followed the directives, not contacted staff, not contacted parents, and tried to stir up trouble against the administration. But that's not what she chose to do. She chose to go a different route, and there are consequences for that. We're not going to continue to pay you your salary through June 30th as you undermine your district leadership. So I would suggest to the board that you should uphold the recommendation to terminate this contract.
Mr. Alls.
Look, this is a contract. It can't be set aside for cause. She's already resigned. She did this because she was offered this by the school district to be paid through June the 30th. She's still not, if she was going to be fired for cause, it would have been on December the 1st. He wouldn't have given her the second option. He gave her an option to resign, so she has resigned with pay. And that's where we are. So you heard the tape. You heard her testify. You heard the doctor testify. It's clear as mud what her directive was on December the 1st. If you listen to the tape and you read the transcript, which follows the tape, he says from December the 1st to December the 8th that you can't contact anybody from the school district. She didn't. Let's say that he's right. It's perfectly reasonable on her to misunderstand what he's saying if you listen to the tape. It's not clear what, if he's saying that it goes on through June the 30th, you never see the word June the 30th, stay away from the school in that transcript. This is a binding contract between her and the school district. The doctor has got buyer's remorse. He's mad because she showed up on December the 11th. I haven't heard anything else she did wrong other than showing up on December the 11th. And the only reason I say wrong is because he said that she shouldn't have showed up. who says we're not to show up? There's no administrative policy in this district. And he didn't put it in writing what she could do. What other company or entity or government agency says, oh, I'm terminating you on what I told you, but I didn't put it in writing. But what we have in writing is what happened on December the 8th, and it's not a restriction for you to do that. So I'm just telling you, we have a binding contract here. Just like when you buy a car, you buy a house, you may pay too much money for it. You may have buyer's remorse. The person you bought it from may be out there bragging that he made a lot of money on the sale. That doesn't give you a right to set it aside. And because of that, she's entitled to be paid through June the 30th. It's not her fault that it wasn't clear what her restrictions were. Transcript's very clear, Tate's very clear. He said December 1st to December the 8th. And I don't know why they keep talking about what she did on October the 8th. She told you what she did. He asked her, she interviewed, she said no, but when I got her back on recross or redirect, it's very clear she talked to those teachers. She did what you're supposed to do. Is she wrong? I don't know. But she did the right thing on what she was told, the information. That letter you have was written on October 17th. It wasn't written on October the 8th. And you know, and this other information that I found out about at 6 o'clock tonight, cash out or anything like that, where's the evidence? Remember that old Wendy's commercial in the 80s, where's the beef? And it's like, the whole deal is, where is the beef in this case? Other than you want her out, we made him mad because we showed up on December the 11th. There is no evidence to set aside this contract. This is a breach of contract action I mean, this is a contract, and he's trying to breach the contract. And that's basically what we're doing, have a breach contract trial. But there was an offer made, there was consideration made, she relied upon it. He got something out of it because she's gone on June the 30th. She didn't say anything from December the 1st to December the 8th. And then after that, we're only talking about one day, December the 11th. That's the only thing you've heard when she went to that meeting. And it was publicized to the public. She lives in Jacksonville School District. Her kids went there. It's clear as mud that she did anything wrong. So, I mean, you may not like what she did. You may be looking for a fall person on this case, but she told you what happened on October the 8th. She told you what she did. She told you how she talked to the teachers and told them if they thought there was a problem, that they ought to report it. I'm not sure what else you can do. And you have a contract. This contract is binding. So I ask you to go back in there and pay her through June the 30th to put this thing to bed. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Richardson, you're the moving party, so you get the last close.
Two teachers come to you as the principal of the school saying there's a staff member inappropriate detention children, you take statements, you investigate, you don't do nothing. Mr. Ogles is trying to confuse you with different types of contracts. This is an employment matter. And the resignation form was her last day of work would be June 30th. She remained an employee of the district until then, subject to all the policies and procedures, all of the ethical restrictions, and the directives of her employer. To terminate an employment contract, it's a for cause termination. And that's what we present to you tonight. Thank you.
All right. Okay, board, at this time you'll be able to go into executive session. When you go into executive session, only take with you the documents that have been provided by the parties. Don't take or rely on any other information. Don't make any calls. Don't ask anybody anything other than what you heard tonight. If you didn't hear it tonight, if it wasn't provided to you by a party, don't rely on it. If you've heard anything prior to this, just put it out of your mind as best you can and be able to rely solely on what you heard here tonight, okay? When you go into executive session, Dr. Ogle will not join you. It will only be the board. You have three options, okay? You can accept Dr. Ogle's recommendation. If you vote to accept the recommendation, then employment for Ms. Jones stops tonight, employment and pay. If you reject his recommendation, then she would remain on leave and with pay through the end of the year. And then the third option is you could modify that recommendation, and if you're looking to do anything short of terminating her tonight or allowing her to remain on leave through the end of the year, come out and find me, because we got to make sure that that modification is legal, and I need to help you write it, okay? So those are your three options. You need to discuss those. You need to have someone prepared when they come out in open session to make the motion, whatever it may be, to second the motion, and then ensure that you've got a majority vote, okay? Lawyers, anything that I missed procedurally that you need to clarify on those simple directives there? You do have to come back out in open session to vote. I think that's it. Y'all need a motion, or do you just go into executive session? All right.
Over there, and it too,
I remember you as being coach and Jacksonville High School, graduated in '81. It was Karen Welch. Like Tony Swinton and Henry Robinson, they all and those girls, y'all, Wendy, which is on the basketball, Wendy Thomas. In ninth grade, I was all the girls still doing good. I mean, that's my mom face. You always see Tony and all them having all their friends are married and having babies and stuff. My son
So you missed me the whole time.
No, she just gets to play.
No.
Good job.
I was
No, you didn't. You said it did. That's the old Terry. Said Bobby would have been right there beside you.
I don't think they did. Always had to
Are they keeping each other company? Today I
Yeah, everybody else abandoned me. I have to stay and report.
Speaking of that, late, that's why I'm not up here. No, I left the school at 5, I was up at 5:40 and I was like, oh, I gotta go. Yeah, no fear of them, nothing. The biggest thing that kills me is I didn't go get a Diet Coke. Not because I didn't get a Diet Coke. I don't need the food, I need the drink. It's on the downhill side. Not a good choice. Well, I think I finished my water at school before I left. So I was like, oh, no, I pulled up in here at 5:50.
Sugar in the shade.
It's not turned off. It's not Yep.
Okay.
I don't know what Scott just said. I can hear you, but I can't see you. They can hear us, but they can't see. They can, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Now you can see me. What now? One of our other people. I can hear you, but I can't see you. Or I can hear you. Because I was back there, so they can't see you, they can't hear me. Which means they didn't turn the sound on. They're supposed to turn the sound on. Oh, I have to do that.
It's gonna be the best time
No.
ever if y'all are song. So we need to sit with our eyes closed.
Why is this not over yet? Oh, yeah. There's not one person there.
Sounds like it's a lot of fun.
I think I know what the position they're going to do. We should so there you I like She hit a nerve. He called himself out. You wasn't even talking about it. I said, you hit a nerve, and he called his own self out. Right? He wasn't talking about you. Talked yourself. No, you hit a nerve. Right, you guys have to say because it's on, but I was sitting behind it. I need some guys. I need some teachers. I had like 10 teachers. I see. I don't want you to see.
There's that camera right there. It says stop. And that button. It says stop. Yeah, and it'll say, do you want to stop to whatever? Yes. Confirm. And that stops live. And then I just, well, okay, so this right here. Let's see. There's just a switch, finger switch. It's like a camera. So you just bring it down.
Oh yeah, there's plenty to get here.
There's a button here, and you just hold that down. But if it stays on, it's plugged into the power, so it's not going to break anything.
Yeah, it's been on every time. Okay. Oh, yeah, the TV's on, yes.
Yeah, those are.
We're talking about
All right, I'm going to call us back into open session. Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion, we accept the superintendent's recommendations for the termination of Ms. Lindsay Jones.
I second that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We have any other further business?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
All right, we got a motion. We are adjourned.